Why did you buy more gems, Turtle? I pushed all the wrong buttons on my stream deck. But yeah, after I pushed all the wrong buttons, I found the where's the picture button? Just like, I'm terrible. Hello, happy Saturday. I'm doing my shout outs too, but I'm doing pretty good, Timmy. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, Turtle. Welcome, everybody that's lurking and listening. You have a little extra to spend, so you did. Nice. For the water, Arton. Oh, I hope you get what you're looking for. I hope you get it. It's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if I could just let people know I am live online, we'll be doing good. What did I say on my stream title? Yeah. I always forget what I put by the time I get to my phone. I will have 18k gems soon. Oh my gosh! That is nuts! That's a lot of gems. So what is everyone up to today? Turtle's obviously playing Genshin. Tim, do you play Genshin? I probably asked that last time, but my brain is slow. I'm skipping all banners until version 4.0. Ooh, so that you can get that one? Not doing much today? Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just sit around and relax. So you're saving all your gems for the version 4 banner. Do you know who's going to be in those banners? Do they tell you in advance? Like that far ahead? I woke up at 7 p.m. and now it's 3 a.m. Oh, well, you're a night owl now, right? So you've been awake like 8 hours. Not too bad. Unless you're usually on the schedule, you know. Guess it's gonna be a long night. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like you're gonna be sleeping tomorrow as well. I already posted the might be. Oh, that's what that was. I wasn't sure what that was. I was like, what is this? I meant to ask you, but I was like half awake, half asleep, and I looked at it. I was like, I'm tired, and I'm not sure what this means. Ah, not that. Let's see. Yeah. There. Might get another 7k gems from events and such. Ah, you're gonna have so many when you decide. I had a choice of who to watch on Twitch, but it came to you. Oh, thank you. I feel honored and privileged. You picked me. Aw. At least you don't let do like me and try to watch several at one time, and it doesn't work good when they both try to talk to you at the same time. You're like, what? What did you say? Because this one was talking louder than you. I'm like, crud. She's dangerous, Peter. I'm dangerous? Oh, why, Turtle? Why do you consider me dangerous? What's that do? I'm dangerous. I don't think I'm dangerous. Let's see. Okay, I did it there. Okay, now I'm gonna come over here. Oh, one more place to say I'm live. Well, wait a minute, two more. This is what happens when you have lots of social media. Can't watch multiple streams. It's too much. It really is. On my best days, I do focus on just one. It's so much better. It's usually if I'm focusing on two, it's because people have made me mods in those streams, and I'm like, I guess you're only dangerous in games. I don't know. I'm not. I don't think I'm that dangerous in games for sure. I don't know. I feel like he's probably talking about random feet pics or something. I don't know. Oh, poor Turtle. He has to put up with my shenanigans. I didn't say any of that. I just said dangerous. I don't know what you mean by dangerous. You have to tell us. We don't know. You know how I am. Let's see, one more thing. There. That. Ugh. Gosh, I'm tired. Why am I always tired? Always. I did get sleep though. I got sleep last night and I took a nap, so I should be good. Somebody else hum these songs in their heads. I do. Just sit here, like hum the tune. I go repost this thing, do that, okay. Did it. Did it. All the places people know I'm live. Did it. Dash, hi! Welcome to the stream. Nico, thank you for the lurk while you work. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, I learned something new today. I have not tried these yet. Okay, you know how I like the hard Mountain Dews, right? Well, I'm sure some of you know that, like, I just found out like a couple weeks ago that Mr. Beast and Monster tied up to make a hard Monster. So I went and picked some up to try them. This one's Peach Perfect. So it's like a hard seltzer, I think, too, like Monster. We're gonna try it. So if you have not seen these, I'm interested to see what it tastes like. I don't know. Not sponsored at all, trust. I think Mr. Beast is the one being sponsored. What do you think? That's pretty big and impressive. I can imagine ever having my stream brand on a product. Monster gross? Yeah. Some monsters are gross. This one's peach, so I'll probably like it. But there's like 4 flavors in the box. And like, you know, regular and white. And I probably won't care for those too much. But yeah. And then this one, and I forget what the other flavor is. But we'll find out. Peach sounded good today. It's pretty good. Cheers, yes. Thanks. Cheers, yes, if you have a drink out there. I like it. I'm pretty sure these don't have caffeine in them though, by the way. Because I don't think they're allowed to do that here. So it kind of defeats the purpose of them being an energy drink. Although they're trying to outdo Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew has 5% alcohol. This has 6% alcohol. It's pretty intense for a little drink. A little can, so yeah. I also brought with me, because I'm always hungry, you guys know it, cheese wisps. Parmesan. And if you don't know what these are, they're like little crackers or something. Little crisp of nothing but Parmesan. What? And I drop it. I just throw it. It's just Parmesan cheese. Straight up Parmesan cheese. Crunchy, crisp, potato chippy wisps. That's what they're called, wisps. I love these. I will eat this whole bag. I'm bad. Yeah, let's switch over to the game. I think. Hold on. Checking my things and stuff. Yep. Okay, so that did what it's supposed to. We're good. There. Oh. Oh. There. Nice, okay. The magical door that we shall enter and walk through has appeared. Whoa. This might be a little loud. We'll find out. Yeah, I've been looking for the new Livewire hard Mountain Dews, but they're not here yet. And so I decided to try this week. I don't know. Maybe they'll get the Livewires. Livewire is the orange flavored Mountain Dew. What does that say? Bite me. Busted. Now I'm gonna cover up your message. You reminded me. Why is it not moving? I can't move my camera for some reason. There we go. Why is is that there? That you did it. There. As you did it. That's why it's there. I don't know how long ago. I don't know if it was tonight or when. But obviously you did it. I blame Turtle. Which is one of the reasons I hide my messages behind my big fat head. You never know what your friends are gonna do to troll you. I'm sure I could make it not pop up, but I'm not worried about it. Also going to grab this and pull it down here. Ta-da! So yes, you're causing trouble already. Alright. Let's do our dailies first, of course. A ducklet appeared. A wild ducklet. Oh, shall try to catch the wild ducklet with me? Catch. Oh, it's raining. Shoot that thing out of the sky. I feel like it. It's too far away. It's like, what are you doing? Pew. I'll do your dailies. Aww. So you would log in for me every day and do my dailies? Is that what you would do? So kind. So I think I have to go over there. I think I'm too far over here. It doesn't want to come over here. We'll come over here and fight you, since you're a chicken butt.
No escape. Rise. Life goes on.
Woohoo! I can't reach it! There! I'm trying to reach it! I can't reach it! Oh, okay.
Hey. Sacred name, fortune preserver. Go, go, berry bunny! Not so hard!
Yeah, don't hurt me. Where did it go? There it is. Is that you, Turtle? I feel like it is. Ew. Yes, sure, I'll do them. Oh, will it let you help me with them? I don't know. I think it'll let you help me with them. I just won't be able to, like, cash them out until later. That's fine. Yeah, that takes you like 2 seconds. Ying. And then go to Starfall Lake, teleport. We'll be done with the dailies in like 5 minutes with you. I just fell. We're taking the long swim. Apparently I don't even know how to go the right way. Fish! Oh, I could have caught that fish while swimming. Oh, dang. Complete! I'm not even over there yet. I'm such a slacker. Do I even have to still come over here? Is there something for me to even pick up? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yo. Like you're gone. Off to the next thing. Let's do this.
I should have stayed indoors today.
Why should you have stayed indoors today? I did mostly stay indoors today. Go out.
Do not go hunting in the game preserve.
I'm so confused.
There's no way I'll be able to catch one.
Is it already done? I'm so confused. Did we break it?
Go.
Jay, hello hun. I've come down for the cold, so go easy on me. Okay, will do, will do.
Time to deliver. Hunters, hold on.
Turtle, why won't it activate? But yet it's already been activated. I'm so confused. It looks like it's done. But yet it's not. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't even see the other one now. I think it's a single player thing? Okay. And I don't know where the other one was. I'm guessing you did that one. You did the third one. This is the last one. Dang, you're fast. Okay, so I gotta do this one with Unite here. So you'll have to back out a second. And then...
Time to deliver. Hunters, hold on.
And then you can help me do who knows what. I don't know. Do something. Okay. You're so fast. Okay. Accepted. See anything slacking off, chase them away from me. Okay, okay. Chase off some pigeons. There they are.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Go away. I don't think you're supposed to hit them with your sword and kill them. But you know. But Jay, I hope you're doing okay, man. I hope you get to feeling better quickly. Drink lots of water. It's a dumb daily. They can't do it themselves. Apparently not. Apparently because there's these guys in the way or something. I think these pigeons got eaten.
Rise.
What do you think?
Oh,
I think they got eaten.
life goes on.
Because there's like pigeon legs everywhere. What do you think? Oh crap. I hit stuff. I came to kill and now you can continue.
Go.
Okay. So where are we at on the map now? Where are we gonna go? I guess back to the person. Yeah. I found your pigeons. Half of them were dead. I did collect me some meat though. So yeah, I gotta back out of co-op mode again. Something. I was summoned from the realm, and now you can freely live peacefully. I mean, drats, now I have to raise a whole new flock of pigeons. Yeah, you do. You do. They were eaten. Sorry. For you. I wonder if she's any good at busting rocks. I forgot I switched over to her last night. Or whatever it was. Yeah. Don't do that to me. I will eat you. And have you for dinner. Ah! What the hell? Where did you guys come from? Not her. Her. What? What?
Let's get it on!
I want this chest.
Wasn't there something
It was
in
calling
here a
me.
second ago?
There we go. And, yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I was just exploring. You know how this goes. It just kind of happens. I decided I wanted to collect a few things. And the next thing I know, I was attacked. Apparently I need mushrooms. For recipes or something. Not really. Okay, alright. Just gonna teleport in. You're so fast. I'm gonna turn in these dailies and then we can go do something. So you might have to back out again.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing
Play my dailies.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
There. Then we have... I am up to 31 wishes. So you know. And I'm getting close to that 70 pull. Hi Shane, welcome to the stream. Welcome. There we go. The great and wonderful Shane has appeared. Welcome Shane, welcome. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing good today. I'm being a slacker today. I didn't do any work today. If you don't count doing adulting work, I didn't do any work. I got lots of sleep. I slept till like, I don't know, 11 noon today. Then I got up and got food and bought food and did some chores and took a nap. And here I have stream. So I've gotten lots of sleep. It feels good. So then I'm gonna sleep tonight and probably work tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. But just so you know, I'm taking care of myself for the first time in 2 weeks. Oh, Grumpig. Let's catch a Grumpig. Because I know Shane does care. I hope your week's been okay. I hope work's been going well and all that stuff for you. Oh yeah, I did a wish last night and pulled an extra collie, by the way. So, but I wanted to do the count to see how long it's been since I've done a 5 pull. So 10, 20, 30. No, I'm counting wrong. Just be counting by 5s. Dang it, Mona. Can't count. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. That's 55. So 54, yeah. So I can do one more. Do a 10 pull. Because you don't want to do a 10 pull at the end, right? I can do a 10 pull now, though. Because that'll put me at 64. The rest ones, yeah. We're looking at pity, guys. I barely know about it, but I know like every 70 you get like a really good pull, supposedly. So that's why we're counting. Because I only have one 5-star character so far. So let's go for it. 10. See what we get. See purple. Oh, he's cute. Little fox boy. Another bow shooter, though. Yeah, another bow shooter. Hey, now I got another one of her. I can open another constellation for Kali. That'll be her 3rd constellation. Yeah, that's her 3rd, because I got her last night, which is cool. What is that? Masterless Star Glitter? Hmm. Ta-da! Yeah. Okay. We'll do one. Two-handed. Two-handed. Oh, he's two-handed? What? What do you mean two-handed? Well, a claymore, the weapon. Oh. So would it be better for Noelle? Almost going to bed. Okay. Get some sleep, man. Okay, so that puts us at 60, right? Or no. 65. We're at 65. So we have 5 more pulls to the supposed ultimate pull. And then I'll probably save my pulls after that, because I think that's how it works. It's an elementary weapon, not good for her. Okay. Elementary, okay. I may do the pulls toward the end of stream though. Skip when you see blue. Yeah. How do you skip? 67. Yeah, it's not there. So you gonna count for me? It's at 68. Komodo asked how your week went, then ignores you when you answer. Almost going to bed? What? I did read it, I just didn't speak. I'm terrible. It's going well for the most part. Thursday didn't go well at work, but I'll get better as time goes on, hopefully. Oh, what did not go so well? I hope it gets better. Hi, welcome, Night Rain. Welcome to the stream, lovely. I did answer? Yeah, maybe I was like, maybe I didn't answer out loud. I don't know. I do weird things. I'm terrible. This is Night Rain from Discord 69. Okay. So the next pool is supposed to be the good one, right? Just 2, LL. Should be 70. Ugh. Oh, could be the one. Let's find out. Nope. Why is it blue? Denied. Denied. I think it was here before. Before 75? Could be. Cause it's like 70 to 80 range, right? Is the real thing? I don't know. Just keep pulling though. 90 is the highest. Oh. I don't think I have enough to get to 90 though. Oh dang, another one of her. Gonna have her constellation maxed out soon. If she said it, I must have been going death anyway. I've started having my own patients, and Thursday I had 2 high acuity ones, and I didn't think I would get anything done. Oh no, that sounds like a lot of work. Might as well build her. Yeah. Don't want to lose count though. It's right there in the stream. 73. Okay. Did I pull 73 already? I don't even know. Yeah, we can go do her real quick. Seventy-three is next. Okay. Okay, so that's 4 of them. That's pretty awesome. She only needs 2 more. She might be the first one I max out. Because these guys, I don't have, like, any of theirs. Well, no, I have 3 for that one. Take that back. 1 for Noel. But most of them, you know, it's rare that I have any. But yeah. I can log in if you guys want. We might run around in a little bit. You don't have Collie maxed out, you need 2 more as well. But yeah, we might run around and do some things in just a bit if you guys want. Let's see. Number 73. Come on, Genshin! Right! Being robbed. Oh. I have to go. Have a nice stream and see you next time. Yay! There it is! Yay! 75! There we go! Woohoo! Scratch your one. They subscribed 30. No, you're fine. You're fine. Welcome. Look, we finally got her. Number 75 pull. Good night. Good night. Sleep well, Timmy. The next one is Booty. It's a 50-50. Oh. The next character? Or you mean the next pull? I think I might have to join your world anyway. Wonder why. That's so many. Oh, we're just doing pity. We're counting pity. We didn't do 75 tonight per se, but at 70 to 80 is usually when you get like a guaranteed good pulls. This is my only other 5-star character. I'm not the other raid, I'm the original raid. Lady Raid. Oh no! Actually, y'all need to do account aged. Well, oh, that's right. Night Rain changed her account a few times, so that's not gonna work either. Your luck to get it early like me at 20 pulls. Next 5. Oh, the next 5-star is... Now the next one is Booty. I think I have to join the next 5-star, okay. You're like to get early like me, 20 pulls. Yeah, Lady Night Rains isn't gonna work because she's changed her account a few times. Hollow Age, 3 years, 9 months. Yeah, it's not gonna work. The next 5 could be one from the banner or standard banner, so it's 50-50. Okay. So should I keep pulling for 5 more then? And get more collies? Finally got your bread. You don't have to. Mm-hmm. I'll eventually get the collies then, you think? Maybe, maybe not. Dang. I think I joined 3 to 4 months before, but I was inactive a lot because of stuff, yeah. I think you've been here a long time because I think you came from Jeffafa. There's lots of rain in the forecast. Hi, Afro! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. Thank you, thank you, thank you for asking. I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do 5 more. Why not? Let's do it. Some weapons. Rain and night easy. Radio! Yes, 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 yes. Welcome, Radio. Welcome, welcome to the stream. I could have. Oh my god. I didn't think about that. Oh well, I messed that up. I don't care. It's all good. Oh, wait, wait, wait. What do we get? Yay, another collie! Turtle, look at that! I kind of want to use all my wishes up and get her. I kind of want to use all my wishes up because my luck with her. I know, right? My luck with her tonight is OP. I kind of want to use them all up and get her. I can max her out. The boy back here? I got one of him. Singles are better for more suspense. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I got Daya instead. Yeah, no, because I would have to wait till like 70 to get that one. I'm not gonna get that one. It's not gonna happen. Bennett is a fire boy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we're gonna do 5 more. Let's see if we can max out Kali's constellation. That would be nice. I'm gonna have to use her, you know it. Oh, that's right, that's right. Well, I felt like it was Jeffafa. That's what I said, but you know. Did you know Jeff before me? You can just say it was Jeff. Just kidding. I'm terrible. I just knew you came in about the time he started watching. No, we just clicked because of Zelda, yeah. Is there a skip button? No, there's not a skip button, Turtle. You gotta wait. You gotta wait the anticipation. I know, there's no skip button. I know what you're talking about. You got one more. You can do with it. You can do with it. One more. Ah, and it's not gonna be it. I wanted to max her out so bad. That would have been so much fun. Oh well, we tried. Next time. Dash just got off work. Good, 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 good. Nico, Nico, knee. Afro with Nico, Nico, knees. Dash, Nico, Nico, knee. Congrats. Okay. Alright. Constellation. Oh, we're 1 away. I feel so... all embarrassed. Yeah. So now I feel like I just need to go ahead and level her up. What do you think? I had to use one of the big ones anyway. Oh well. There. She's level 40 now. I got one. I'm not doing more. You're gonna max her out. Hold on. Yarn cake to attempt a different kind of shirt. Ooh, yarn cake. That sounds tasty. I want some yarn cake. But yeah, let's just say Jeff. Yeah, Jeff is awesome. Your connection with Jeff and Zelda kept you here on my stream. Jeffafa is wonderful. He's probably working. Yes. Now I need those things. Okay. Are we friends yet? Intends to be equal to 2 or 3 regular skins? Yarns? He is working all, yeah. Poor Jeffafa. He does night shifts. I think he's working. He's either working or just, I don't know. He's usually working. Let's see. Okay, and then the other Rain, if you want to join. Or, I don't know that we're friends yet, so I need to give you my code. I spoke with him in Zelda server today. Did you? Nice. Okay. I hate this that I can't. Oh, never mind. It's right there.
Whoever
pays the
There, you can see it. There's my number if you wanna
4,
add me as a friend.
2,
Right?
2, 3, 4.
But yeah, there's my UID number. If you want to write it down, Night Rain. Since we're all gonna do things and stuff, I don't know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna cause some trouble.
One, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and
Yeah, give me one sec. I need to set my laptop VC. Yeah, we can do
At least
VC.
it doesn't
Hold on.
hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
let's
Hello,
go
how are you?
somewhere cooler.
Let me check this channel real quick.
I had to go heal.
Oh,
Had to heal before I joined in.
it's all good. Live ancestors.
1,
Look at that
2,
Jean.
breathe. 3,
Oh, I want Jean so
4,
bad.
and
Okay.
go as one.
Da 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 da.
Don't blink.
Aww. You guys are so cute.
Right? Ugh, I love that outfit on Jean though. It's so pretty.
It is very pretty. I like it, I like it.
Hey.
Why can't we find clothes like these IRL? Come on, it's so
Right?
gorgeous. I would wear that. That is gorgeous.
I have strongly considered like making cosplay from Genshin just because of how pretty it is.
It is gorgeous.
I just don't
There's
have a
so
sewing
many of them.
machine or the skill.
1, 2,
Yeah,
breathe.
that's
Three,
gorgeous. That's a gorgeous
4,
outfit. I wonder if they have that on Amazon.
Probably.
Oh. So we have an ice, a wind,
I'm lightning.
lightning, and dendrio. Is that how you say that?
Dendro.
Dendro. I can't say words. Words suck. Daniel, welcome. Hi, Daniel. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing awesome. I'll be the healer, DPS. Okay, you're gonna be the healer and heal
I do
us.
hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
What are we pulling for today? We were pulling for Dea, and I got her. I'm so happy because I was like on pull 75. I'm learning about the pity thing and how to do the pulls. And then I got a lot of Kali's constellations. So I only need one more for a constellation, which is really awesome.
I think I like this one better.
You like that one better?
Oh, what? No, I was talking about my little toy.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch out for the pickle or the cucumber.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have
welcome to
to
the
seize
stream.
the opportunity while it's there.
I don't know if you can see Discord, but
Let's
Irish
go
soda bread.
somewhere.
So cool. I've never had that. I don't even know where.
So good.
I don't know if I can get it at Publix or not. That's what my guess would be the place that would have it around here. I need to find this Irish soda bread. It sounds delicious. And there we go. Dice. Yay. So, yep, that's our team. We're gonna go cause trouble. I don't know what we're doing yet, though.
Yes, you can, but it's not in the. It's not the same as what we have at Sprouts.
I did get the one I was after today, though.
2.
I got Dea today, so that makes me so happy. It was full 75. So. I don't have a lot to level with yet, though. I like her. I should go ahead and start working on her
Come
anyway.
on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Apparently, it's only available in certain Publix, so. But you can ask
1,
the manager
2, 3,
to bring it,
4,
and since they do technically carry it.
2, 3.
Do I have the items to ascend? Welcome, welcome, welcome! Total? Did you win the 50-50 or was it a guarantee? I was at 75, so I'm guessing that means I got the guarantee, because then I did 5 more after that for the 50-50. I'm understanding it correctly, and I think I got one of the collies from that, yeah.
What's a 50-50?
Like you get like a 50-50 chance of getting the 5-star after you
Hey,
do
you
the
know what?
70 or 75.
Neither
Oh.
do I. I
I didn't know that.
already forgot.
This is Josny! Hi! I'm still learning all this stuff, so if I say it wrong. But thank you, thank you! Total Mayhem! Total Mayhem! Welcome! I like your name. Welcome to the stream. And I did that, okay. I'm good and good, thank you for asking. Oh, I do have everything I need to ascend her. Okay.
Huh. How about that? I really did get stronger.
I really did get stronger. How about that? So cool.
1, 2, 3.
Excuse me while I go craft something.
I would be putting this into Kali, but I got time to work on her. And I don't have her stuff to ascend her.
No! I can only make 2.
There you go.
Let's
Oh, that
go
makes me sad.
somewhere.
Oh, a 50-50 is when you have 50% chance of pulling a standard or limited character. A guarantee is when you have already pulled a standard character. And the next time you pull for a limited character, you are at 100% getting it. Yeah, guarantee is when you have already pulled the standard character. To be honest, Mono, I was asking Shane, but I'm glad you're doing good too. I'm so bad. I'm terrible. She got guaranteed. Yeah. Okay, yes, Turtle knows more than I do.
Hey, do you know what?
Guess what?
Uh,
What is it, Mission
neither
Monstrosity?
do
Tell me.
I.
See, I don't think I have any of the stuff to... Yeah. That's it for now. On that. I haven't loaded any attributes. I don't even know what kind of artifacts to give her.
Any chance we can go fight a hypostasis?
Yes, we can do
An
that.
electro-hypostasis? I need some little, like, bits and pieces from it.
1,
Alright,
so
we can work on her later.
ascend.
3, 4,
Cat fight?
2,
Which means I should probably change
Three.
You lead the
characters.
way,
4.
and I will jump to wherever you jump on the map.
I need to switch characters though. Before I do that.
Midget Monstrosity, I'm catfighting you.
Work-life balance, but this is
Aha! That failed you. I won. And then I hugged Turtle, so Turtle gets the cookies. What is that noise?
What?
booting.
Oh,
Was it the booming or
Yeah.
the growling?
all the boom, boom, boom.
2.
Oh, that's fireworks.
In the game.
Doing fireworks, yeah.
I'm not
I gotta
looking
heal.
at that screen right this second, so I was like,
Yeah. I was gonna say if it was the growling sound, it was me burping and trying to be quiet.
jeez. Turtle. Dang. That's
Alright,
cool.
I'm at Eagle's gate.
Okay, we're gonna teleport. Catch. Yes, another Pokemon.
So we could do a hypostasis.
Person. You're out of Pokeballs though. No. Are you in the Discord to go get more? Okay, let's see. Your UID is. Alright, alright, alright. Copy. Let's add her real quick. First, I gotta jump up here where Lady Rain is, too. Oh, I can jump to that thing.
Somewhere cooler.
Let's add Night Rain.
Yeah.
Before we do anything crazy. Let's see.
Turtle's just already going for it. Jeez.
She's already gonna win. You guys don't need me. Don't need me. Don't need me at all.
No, this doesn't help me at all. I can only do so much. Thanks.
No friend request yet. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Ow, I hurt a little bit.
There, that should do it. You guys don't
God
need me
forbid I
at all.
actually hit anything.
Oh, by the way, what server do you guys
No,
play
I
on?
have to go before.
American server?
Huh?
Are you on the American server too? I don't even know why I'm coming
I
over
need
here.
one more little bit.
One more piece.
One more tiny little piece. I only got 2 out of that.
No! I wish I could give them to you if I had them. Oh, cool, Flea American too? Sweet. I don't get anything. I wasn't here.
Nope.
Ah! Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh.
Some
Yeah, I
people
just need the amethyst sliver. I literally just need one more so I can make another fragment.
Ah.
So I need the sliver to make a fragment so I can ascend. Catching.
Updating? It's okay. Yeah, there's always updates.
Where did Turtle go?
I don't know. You lead the
Oh,
way.
Turtle went back to Mondstadt.
Are we going back to Mondstadt?
That's where Turtle went. Huh? Cute little-
When back so it can respawn? Okay.
Uh,
Oh, so if you go back, then it respawns and we can go back there again?
1, 2,
Is that how that works?
3,
Oh, she's so cute.
4, 2,
Turtle, you're adorable.
3.
how quickly does it
4.
respawn?
I don't know. In 1 minute?
My apologies.
Okay.
So we can just sit here and wait for night rain?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It might take a while to update for night rain.
Maybe.
But oh, rain.
Huh.
Rain and night rain. I should just say lady rain. Look what I have. I just decided to try these Mr. Beast monsters.
Jeweler cherishes the gems.
Interesting.
They're 6% alcohol. It's like, what? This is interesting.
So is that why you're all hyper?
I actually haven't drank hardly much of it yet, but it's peach flavored. I thought these were interesting because I like the Mountain Dews and I do like the peach. Peach is really good.
So this is a day in
I've
the
never
life
actually
of
had
a
the peach
traveler.
one.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Interesting.
40, 20. You're counting the seconds.
3,
Yeah.
4, and
Oh, that character Turtle has is coming on the next banner, which I'm pulling for. Oh.
embraces its duty. As a jeweler cherishes
Go
their
kill it. Okay. Thanks, Turtle. I'll try
I
to
still have a
attempt
lot
to
to
help.
do with the guild.
Okay.
How about you take a rest while I go back?
You guys left me and are gonna kill it without me again. I felt so helpful.
To be fair, Turtle did most of the work. I tried, but Turtle did most of it.
How do I get up there? I gotta go around this thing, don't I? Probably going the wrong way.
No, it didn't respawn.
Okay, so I might have time to get over there. So dedicated.
Or did he already kill it? No, it didn't respawn yet.
You just need a pyro character for the electro cube.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got pyro.
Oh, left too fast. Okay, we gotta go back. Sure.
Oh, so I have to leave too?
Uh-huh.
Dang it, you guys are making this hard on me. So we have to wait another minute? Or did he already leave again?
Or
No.
until
You know
Turtle
what?
tells us it's okay.
He already left
neither
again.
do I. I already forgot.
Oh, he's outside the gate walking around.
Yeah.
Night Rain's about to join at this time, but maybe next time. 45% fire integrity. It's back. Okay. Maybe later, okay. Yeah. I already told her she could, so. Which way did you go to get there?
I just went to the left of the thing.
Did you go to the
and then
left?
started climbing. I just started climbing to the left of the, like, temple thing.
Oh.
Like, directly to the left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fall, though. There we go.
Oh, well, maybe you should get good.
And maybe I should. I'm not good at climbing.
Oh, well, whatever.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna beat Turtle.
Yay! Yay! Now I can go. Now I can take care of my cheek.
What do I need? Just send, Ollie.
Probably some dendro stuff.
Yeah. Green things. They're a majestic hook beak.
Breathe.
What the
Breathe.
heck?
Huh.
Shroom dropped by 30 plus Shroom. Then I need these purple blue looking mushrooms. Out in the wild.
I love that outfit so much better on Kiching. You're just gonna. We should all have
I
like,
gotta go.
like a
Baby
little
isn't
party.
doing
on
good
Kiching.
tonight. Okay, okay.
2, 3, 4,
This is how cute, turtle.
2, 2.
You need Samara,
3,
Samaru to get collie
4.
levels.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4,
Oh.
and
Turtle leave already.
Turtle's back here. Yay!
Oh,
See, there we go. Ascend. That's what I wanted to do. Yes.
alright, where is Samaru?
somewhere cooler.
It's to the left of the chasm.
Chasm? I should know
Yeah.
these things. There's the chasm, okay.
Alright.
You guys are gonna find it before me. There it is. Teleport. Left only way. Yeah, I have it. Just the waypoint. You don't need the Archon quest to unlock it. That's what I did. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once I got to the chasm, I was able to do chasm spelunkers, and I accidentally found my way there. I didn't mean to find my way there. I did.
So I just gotta get the items. I speedrun all the Archon quests for the free 21 fates. Dang. That's awesome.
I've not done that. I've just been slowly working.
Yeah. So cute.
I'm loading.
She looks like a butterfly. I got 11. I need to do 10 more. I got 4. I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind. I got like 4. Oh, Rain. Why were you in the ground?
Don't ask. Just loading in.
I was like, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, so how do I get these items? Hmm.
I haven't been here yet. I think I have, but I haven't.
Where are these shroom people at?
The shrooms?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have no idea.
Mm.
Oh. I see it.
Follow you? Okay. Alright, so follow turtle.
According to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing.
Gosh, they're way down there already. The turtle? Turtle 3? Or are you 3?
No, turtles 2.
Oh.
We're going to Healy.
I gotta get collect 3.8, not bad. Don't have the teleporters? No, I need to go get these teleporters. So yeah, there's like one right there. And one right there. But we'll follow turtle.
there's one in water. Oh. I'm not gonna make it in there.
So where is this teleporter at? It's above my head. It is. It's like across the way above my head.
What? Oh no. What you're looking at is down.
Oh. Is that the one that's underwater? Never mind.
Yes. Yeah, you have to do the thing that's
Oh,
that gets
yeah.
down water.
Yeah, I'm not doing that one. Somebody told me that's the hardest one to get in the game. It's underwater, yes. That's the hardest one to get, right?
One of them, yeah, probably. Sorry, I had to fight the thing. What the fuck is that? That's a big thing.
Welcome.
Oh, come on.
There we go.
Oh,
Nireena's joined our world.
I was wondering why it lagged a second. I'm like, what
Yeah.
happened?
Thank you, Turtle. I still haven't gotten that waypoint at AR 50. Dang. I've heard it takes forever. And it
I
did.
want him.
I've heard that can be like an entire stream in itself trying to get that one. You're loading in? Okay.
Oh, it's over there. Oh wait, I can't get it. Never mind.
Oh, sort of chest.
No, it was the sparkly friends thingy. The
Chest up here.
thing.
Oh. Poke catch, guys. Poke catch if you have any Pokeballs. If not, you can buy more with
This is so
new time.
lucky.
Ah! Turtle left me to die. Just kidding.
How rude, turtle.
Oh, I gotta fight these guys. Where is he at? Where's my guardian? Poor turtle.
I got it.
So what am I looking for? These purple flower things? No.
No.
I don't remember how to do those. Do you guys know? Oh, I just went down inside a log hole.
Good job.
Yeah, found a hole. Turtle.
Turtle's over here.
I know. I just wanted to ride the thing.
We'll meet again.
Oh, dang.
I finally caught up though. Took me a while.
Me and Night Rain are doing things.
I'll be back.
Oh goodness.
It's important to replenish your
Now
supplies
I gotta go
often
find
when you're
Turtle.
out in the wild.
Turtle's doing all kinds of things.
That's close enough.
Gotta go catch up with you guys. Here's another treasure chest.
Which one is actually new?
Not rain.
Oh, what the heck is that? I did a little bit of damage, I guess.
Oh gosh. Can I go down there?
I'm not real helpful, Night Rain, I'm sorry. Can't get high enough.
It's important to replenish your supplies often when you're out in the wild.
Oh, no bummies.
Okay.
Little spores.
I'm following you.
I don't know why you're following me.
I don't know.
This thingy.
Sure. Where did Turtle go?
Oh no. Oh no, over here.
Yep.
The thingy you want to fight is
Oh.
over here. Turtle.
But we were originally looking for those mushroom things, right?
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Oh, there they are. There's a bunch of them. Okay. Ah! Snap! Welcome! Snappy! Welcome. That doesn't really do any good here.
No.
I need a different character, don't I?
Yeah. I mean, I do too, to be honest.
Ah.
Oh, that hurt a little bit. Hello, friend.
Welcome. Thank you so much for that sub. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing awesome.
did it.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome.
I did a thing. Helpful that time.
Okay. Okay, left. Thanks. And there's rain.
Oh.
Where are we going?
That's a turtle. Turtle probably knows where we're going, because we have to go down below, but I don't know how to get down below.
He probably does. I don't see him.
Oh, you know what? We probably have to go through here. Probably have to go through. And rain.
Process of elimination.
Dude.
Haha! Yeah.
Get all those things. Hello. I'm doing good, just relaxing. Nice.
Heck yeah. Whoa.
Speed of light.
Freaking Batui agent.
There he is. Up.
I was a little far off on that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
I don't know. Just think stuff. Something.
Ah! He teleported! Oh, he didn't really teleport. You guys just knocked him up here. Oh god. I died.
Dang it. I died too. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh,
switch
God.
character. I'm
I'm
outside.
so far away.
Oh god. Yeah. I'm like in a very hidden place here.
Cave.
Oh yeah, because I have no teleport points that way.
Mm-hmm. You didn't unlock them on your way out.
Oh. I'm not even gonna attempt to find my way out of this thing.
Oh, I think Turtle saved Night Rain. At least someone got saved.
Yeah. I'm gonna change characters real quick too. 'Cause I don't have to be
Voice chat.
using this character to collect. For this character. Oh, sorry. Wrong thing. Party. Who should I have? Fire?
Yes.
I try out my new one.
Oh, Bennett?
No.
Or, oh, Dea.
Dea.
It's like, Bennett's pretty decent.
Now it's gonna take me
It hurts a little bit.
Sucker for a punch, huh?
5 years to get over there.
Yep. You should, try and unlock some waypoints while you're at it.
That's just true. But I think they're like all underwater and junk.
You don't have to do the underwater one.
Yeah.
Oh, how rude. Alright, I'm running. I thought I could take those guys on, but I could not. Actually, I could have.
You guys have BC?
We have it.
Yeah, we can join. Yeah, we have voice chat.
Wait. Do we do voice chat then? Genshin?
We can. Oh no, not in Genshin. I don't.
Want a taste of my hammer?
No, we're in Discord BC. Someone changed to Animo so you have more stamina? Okay.
Give me a second. Wait, I thought Night Rain was already Animo. Is that character not Animo?
We're gonna pick up this teleport while we're on the way. There we go. Let's pick up all the things, all the stuff.
Little stop it.
Oh. Can I not go this way yet?
Nope. Oh! Hey, you're following me.
There. Where is this teleport?
You are not
It's all the way
welcome.
at the top.
How do you jump? Oh yeah. These things.
I'm climbing.
Yeah.
I have the stamina for climbing. Just on a side quest to get to where we're supposed to go. Got this, Mono.
There it is.
I believe in you.
Yay!
Turtle's shooting things at us.
I see that. He's trying to tell us where to go.
I can see on the map. Mono's the one who is the.
Yeah, I'm the one that's directionally challenged. Alan! Welcome. Good to see you, man.
It's like, for the most part, the rest of us have to navigate.
Yeah, I'm just terrible. I get spun all over the place. I get too excited.
It's down here.
Hope you're doing good, Tater Wave. Wave's back. Oh, jeez. Stuff down
There's
here.
a chest down here for you. Oh, there's a challenge too.
Hey.
Oh,
how
there's
about
a
that?
giant ruin thingy. Don't want to go towards that, I guess.
There's teleport down here. Yay.
Oh, there's a thingy.
Oh.
Oh no. Well, we didn't
Well.
do anything.
That was nice. I didn't have to worry about dying.
Turtle taking care of it all for us.
I know, right? So I got
Look
2
at us
beaks.
walking around.
I think that was all I needed was 2 beaks, which is nice. So then I need I need 10 of the mushrooms here, the Samaru mushrooms found in the wild. Ashavan realm.
I just picked one on my way down here.
And then I need these green things, which I don't know if I have enough stuff to craft those.
Oh, the small guys.
I might.
The slivers.
See.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that
See
one
if
day
I have
they'll
enough.
be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Where are they at? The green? The items?
The character thingy. The third menu.
Yeah, I don't have quite enough of those either, because I think it'll take at least 3. And don't I need 2 more? So I need
Yeah,
a
so
few
you
more
need
of those.
You want even more than just a few more, but
Yeah. But need at least 3 more pieces of that and
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
the mushrooms. Hi, sorry. Just did a Twitch drop stuff. Ah, nice. I'm glad you were able to get some drops.
Exactly why I
Heck
took
yeah.
the position.
Sandshrew escaped. Nobody caught it. We forgot to try to catch Sandshrew.
it's okay. It's just the sand true.
Alright, Turtle. Lead the way.
Wait.
You can teleport out of here, right? You can teleport to there, but that's about it. I don't have any of these things. There. But those purple
Onwards.
mushrooms,
We
they
have
say
work to
they're...
do.
You had the way... What are we doing? Oh, the purple mushroom things. Where are those at? That's what I need. They said they're in Sumeria. But I didn't see anyone when we were over there.
What purple mushroom thing is it? Both turtle and I are wondering.
God.
We mercs have one
Guys,
simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
These things, these Yeah, these hava things. Yeah, these.
Kashava. Or if you want to be more specific, it's technically an oyster mushroom.
Okay.
So you can just call
Fungus
it a
that
blue
grows
oyster
in
mushroom.
layers upon layers like a sea of clouds, that which most grows on trees deep in the rainforest. Yeah, God! Hallucinogen mushrooms. You know where they are, Rain?
My people are used to the desert life. But still, I hope that one
she's
day
learning.
they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Aw.
Oh, what are you guys doing down
Clem. I'm your guard. Okay, I should probably teleport to wherever you guys are.
I'm somewhat helpful, I promise.
Teleport to waypoint. Go.
So much meat.
Oh, this place is a nightmare.
That's why we have friends that hit harder than we do.
Yep. They're already working on things.
Yeah, I barely did anything. Oh, dang. Wait, it's that.
Chong.
Here, there's a chest for you. And some investigating things for you.
Get down! Get down!
Dude, I feel that.
Did you just do that? Oh no, the bad guys are back.
Oh no!
They respawn very quickly.
Seriously. Ugh.
Incoming. With sword comes shadow.
Dang. I like her so much.
Dea? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Whoa.
Nowhere to hide. You ain't messing with. Let's get it on.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Okay, Dea. Yeah, same though.
Maybe we should be doing this quest on our own. Although, you know, I'm doing fire against fire and it's immune. But yeah, if they do that against me, they can hurt me, which makes no freaking sense. They're immune to me.
Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Let's just not talk about that, okay?
It's alright. I'm trying to fight fire with fire and it just doesn't work. How's everyone doing tonight? We're doing good. We're causing trouble.
Riddle's going this way, but Night Rain went the other way.
Oh, I see one though, right here. I found one. And if I use the other character, I can see them on the map, can't I? But I have to use the other character.
Oh, Calais?
But that just doesn't help me either.
I don't know.
Trouble is fun with double. Go.
Oh.
There you go. I think Turtle pulled up the map. Yep. We're finding tons of them. Da, 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 da. Are you also causing trouble in Genshin? Mm-hmm. You know it. Only one person can get specialty plants. Rain took 2.
Sorry.
Okay. Da, 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 da. So that kind of sucks that not everybody can get them.
Yeah.
I don't know where the VC is. Oh, okay, we'll have to join another channel, or I have to give her permission. Okay, hold on.
Here.
Can you give her
Oh,
permission?
they're just in the regular voice chat.
No, I meant can you give
Yeah.
Knight permission?
No, I can't. I don't have the thing.
Okay.
For it.
I'll have to look when we stop running. Okay. Alright, and then I can, give me a few seconds, guys. Just protect me and don't leave me. Don't leave me!
I got my fire boy.
Wait. Huh? No.
Let's see. Oh, they're both in there. Well, let's see. And... I'm such a sucker. And there we go. Then boop. And boop. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Genshin.
Oh god.
Voice chat.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Got to reduce the box size here, but you guys should be able to speak now.
No.
And listen.
No.
No.
How many do I have? I have 8. I just need 2 more. Alright. I'll get those.
No thanks. You know you want to.
I'm feeling all right
You should
today.
really bring the
I'll
Knights of
take the chance to try
Favonius
to
with
get
you
some more
next
done
time.
than usual.
Some VC channels are in Queen Kimono's and Kimonia's Discord. Queen Kimonia.
I didn't pull anything.
Wait.
Really?
Huh?
I'm now Queen Kimonia.
Lame.
Whatever.
Alright. Oh, there should be a mushroom or something right here.
I do hope the
See it
Knights
on
of
my map.
Favonius-
What is right
That's
here? The doohickey thingamajiggy?
It's the, like,
Crystal thingamajiggy thing?
Dronoculus thing.
Oh. It's not actually a mushroom.
No, but you could probably use it anyway.
Ugh. Can't hear anything?
Oh? That's...
She should have the rolls, though. Look, rolls. Let me double check. Make sure I clicked it. Yep.
5 team.
Got both rolls. And the rolls shouldn't be an issue.
That's really weird. Oh.
And I gave her the rolls before I dragged her over, so let me drag her out and back in. Try again.
You might have to give the voice chat video roll.
I think I did. I did.
Nope.
There she has it.
Oh.
I'll do 18 plus 2 just for the heck of it, but... Yeah, I don't know. Turtle, can you hear and speak? I don't know if he can speak because he doesn't try. Yeah. I just moved the waiting room. I'm just moving all the rooms around. That doesn't do any good for anybody.
Oh. Hey,
Hi.
Turtle.
Turtle can speak, so that part's working.
Turtle has a voice.
It worked for a split second, then stopped. Oh, it's probably because you were in the waiting room for a split second.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns
Sucks,
start
I
to
can't
creep
change
back
the
in,
volume
and
for each person.
as soon as I start talking about
Yeah.
it, the flashbacks start.
Maybe I
You
have
should
to
be able to.
control level
No,
10.
I'm on. I
Oh.
transferred the Discord to the console.
Ew.
You may have to leave the call and come back. Night Rain.
Oh, never mind. I can't change it. Oh, that's cool.
Hey, like, I don't think they would screw people over that way.
Oh no, I can hear Rain more. No, mute. I'm kidding.
But yeah,
Fine,
you
be
can,
that way.
you can totally yeah, change individual volume. It's just a pain in the butt. It says RTC connecting. Weird. Yeah, I would like leave, disconnect, and come back. Like hang up. Now that you have the roles and reconnect. Yeah.
And eating this one thing of bread. There's a giant thing of bread on a plate.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to climb like infinitely high enough. I'm not worried about this.
What do you want to do?
Oh, Pokemon, catch it.
Monty, go lay down.
It's an S tier, yeah. It's Tapu Lea. I probably shouldn't have used a Great Ball. I should have probably used an Ultra Ball, but yeah, I think I'm out of Ultras.
Tapu Lele.
I need to buy some more. Oh, I forgot Turtle.
Monty, hush. Alright, fine.
Okay.
Ultra Ball. I wish I had an Ultra Ball. I'm pretty sure it won't let me change it. You can have mine. Aww. Hopefully Discord stops bugging. Yeah. Hope so. Oh dang, this one was really hidden. Lurk Ultra Ball. Why you lurky? Oh. Oh, I missed it! I missed it, Turtle.
This is why I should have chat and stream.
I know. I'm trying to read chat. Yeah, once you throw it, doesn't change. So it's like up there in this thing that I can't get to. Dang it. Oh, can I climb in there? Maybe I can.
No, yep. No, you can't.
I can't.
No.
Yes.
Oh, you did.
I
Just get
can.
up here.
I
Oh,
climbed.
ew.
Grr. No one caught it, meow. No fair. I paid attention this time. You proud of me? Oh, except for I didn't use my wings. Oh, I didn't need to anyway.
Wait, was I supposed to go here? I don't remember.
No. Above our head. Good. Oh, somebody gave me XP. No! I'm gonna die. Okay, so I eat those. Can I eat those? I don't need that much XP, do I? Eh. So a great ball might as well work. Oh, it might then. Okay, so where did you climb up? Oh, right there. So I gotta climb up there again. Okay.
No, I didn't mean to jump down. Ugh.
You want me to jump down?
No, I didn't mean to jump down.
Oh, I was like, you're shooting me. It's like, what did I do? Where am I supposed to go? Wait for you to get back up here. They have low catch rates even for timer quick balls. Oh, I saw it work for like a split second. Night. Like your camera tried to come on.
I'm feeling alright today. I'll take the chance to try to get some more done than usual.
I see Turtle way over there. You coming over here or do I need to go over there?
No.
No, as in no, stay where I'm at, or no, go over there.
Go over here.
Okay, so climb up.
Yes.
Climb up, and away. Kimono, let's try to get you a shiny tonight. That would be awesome. Gonna crash soon. Good night, all. Okay, Shane. People. I found some eggs. I feel special. And either turtles above my head or below me.
Above.
Ah. So I gotta climb up.
Below.
Hello? There he is! I see you! You lied! Oh, jeez. There. Rain left. Where did Rain go? Lady Rain. I gotta be clear. There's like creatures hiding in there. Why did it do that to me? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Won't like trigger. Every time it does, I'm like, oh, forget it. We're just gonna climb it. There. Okay. Where did he go now? I missed where you flew to.
Below.
Da-da-da-da-da. Like way down there? Yep, way down there.
Just fall. You're not gonna die.
Come join you now.
Fall?
Just fall and
I don't know
fall
how
like
to
your wings
fall.
again before you land.
I don't know how to fall when I'm in midair. I push X and it doesn't work.
I was already down here.
Yeah, we just caught up with Rain. Odd style. Yeah.
Something like that.
Turtle does have a voice, guys, believe it or not.
What am I? An animal?
Yeah, you're
That's
a
what it sounds
turtle.
like.
You're a myrtle. Meow. You're a cat turtle. We've established this years ago.
Look, you and Meow you live in far off lands, right?
Yep. Meow.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
That scared me. Hi. What do you do in this game? Right now we're running around gathering mushrooms for a minute. This game is a beautiful game though. It's very addictive.
Ah, dang it! You don't
And
have the
it's free.
teleporter.
No, she doesn't.
So you gotta take me to it if you don't have it.
The closest one.
Oh god.
Mono.
I never have it. I'm just gonna throw stuff. Pretend I know what I'm doing. Okay.
How bold. Here you are.
It's like Mono saying, let's go
What?
to the beach. But she doesn't have a car.
Yeah. It's a Mono thing to do. Hey, there's little mushroom things. Friends.
Oh.
Mushroom
It's
friends.
important to cleanse
But yeah,
yourself
welcome to
often,
the
out
stream.
in the wild.
Welcome, welcome. It says Durgy. I'm gonna have a hard time with the name. How do you say that, Rain? Terrible.
Urgle Durgle?
Urgle Durgle. I like that. That is awesome. I like your name.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
There's more up here.
And
They're mine. I accidentally grabbed it.
You accidentally grabbed it.
I totally had that. Totally had it. I promise.
Oh, so there's a spawn thing over here? I mean, a teleporter over here somewhere?
Up top.
Yes, up
hey,
there.
look, there's a thingy here. Mono.
Yay.
Mono,
Yeah.
come here.
Ray, you wanna... So she just...
Mono.
Yeah.
Mono.
I don't know where
Mono.
I'm at.
Up the path. Over here. Come here. Turn around.
I'm just confused. Everybody's calling
So-
my name. Help.
Well, there's a guy here. There's a little mushroom here.
Mm-hmm,
Oh my god, Mono!
Right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say she just avoided it.
Okay, there, look, and then there's the one over here.
Okay.
How do you walk past by it and not see it?
I don't
This is
know. Brain is at max capacity the past 2 weeks, so you know it's just a thing.
All right, other way. Go the other way, Mono. All right, I think I should just like be taking up the back of the line. Keep Mono going the correct way. Come on.
This one right here.
Yo. I think I have like 10 now, but yeah, I probably need. Turtle,
Yeah,
once he
you
gets
can
on a
grab
kick, we
all.
like gotta get them all. Like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all. That way
that's
is
a
this
pretty
way.
lady.
Right, Meow? That way is this way. Totally.
Yeah, I forget. She teleports.
Oh, I didn't go get that teleport point, Turtle. You distracted me.
What? I didn't say anything.
You guys were like, run this way, run that way, and I never got the teleport over there, so we gotta go back.
I'm just running. I didn't say anything.
Monty, come here.
We gotta go back out there. I don't remember how to get up there though.
Just climb through the roots?
Oh, and now there's a treasure chest down there.
Why am I going down?
Cause you fell. You fell. Cause there's a treasure chest over here. That's why. This knight unlocked it for us. This way, that way, yes.
Wow, this is so
Okay,
lucky.
now I'm gonna try to get back out there.
Oh, I wasn't looking. I died.
Oh no! Don't die.
Ah!
God, now I'm lost.
It was almost bad.
This happens to me. That's where I'm trying to go. Put up a navigation point. I know where my brain is. By the way, it'd be really fun seeing everyone play Pokemon Violet Scarlet. It is fun. We've done it with Shane and Rain. Okay, so I gotta go climb this tree over here. We were climbing earlier.
Yeah, it might be easier
Or
to go to a
just
different
teleport.
waypoint. Yeah, it's
I
gonna
don't
be
have
easier
the
to go to a different
teleport
waypoint.
unlocked.
No,
Yeah,
there's
you
one south
do.
of it. There's one south of it, and you could just use your weeks.
Oh. Wait,
Kimono.
but you're saying the south one will get me there faster?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause it's up a little higher.
Okay, so I'm gonna fly.
There's
Fly
the
fast.
checkpoint. Now you can see it.
What? So you guys are right there.
Yes. So now you have to go a little north. Yeah. No, don't go down. Oh no. Oh my god.
So go
You have
this
to guide
way.
her in game. Oh no, go north. Go north. You see? I see you up there. Come down here.
You're up there.
I see Turtle bouncing around like a tiny. I'm saving cash so I might not have a Pokeball. Oh,
my
no.
god. There you go. Come on. You got it.
Why you say it like that?
Sorry, because apparently I'm a pet now. I'm a pet cat.
Come on, come on. Come on.
I'm Rain's pet. You know this.
Come on.
I'm not gonna smack you guys. Oh, this is too much fun. Okay, don't leave me. I'm going to.
Oh my god. It's not our fault that we leave you. You just
What?
kinda get distracted.
I don't know what you're talking about. Right. And pull that up, and that up, and that up. And I'm guessing you guys went this way.
Oh, you grabbed the mushroom. Darn it.
What? I wasn't supposed to?
Oh, well, I can make it better. How let's just put Electra on it.
Oh. Oh, it improves it?
Lucky today.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Same thing with the bouncy mushrooms.
I think Rain needs help.
She'll be fine.
This is Lady Ray.
I'm at level 59.
Oh, I don't have anything on her. She'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Which way now? Turtle back up the hill. Yep. Love my diamond? Yes. Because you're special. Hey, I caught the Rhyhorn. You right, B?
Always sees you guys like going down.
Oh.
The, like, ground is weird.
turned down Rain too low. I can't hear her. There we go.
Ah. Rude.
I know. Terrible.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
I'm adjusting
Oh
volumes.
no?
Oh, let me look. Let me see what I have.
Everything?
I probably have way more than I need. Probably good.
Mhm.
Let me look at characters.
Oh no, seriously?
Send.
Go!
Oh no, I still need the green things. How do I get those? And the green
By fighting
slimes?
the boss over and over.
The terrorist room or the hypostasises?
Yeah, dropped by.
Which one? The crystals or the
Yeah, the
beak
crystals.
looking thing?
I don't need the
The
beak.
frag-
Oh.
She
The
needs
crystals. So jade plume, terror shrooms, and
When I
hypostasises.
don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in and...
For those
As soon
green
as I start
crystals, it's
talking
better
about
to
it,
fight the bird boss we
flashbacks
just
start.
did, cause you get both.
Okay.
Yeah. That's true too. Okay, we'll just teleport there.
Do we teleport?
Where is it again? Oh, it's over there.
No.
Rain and I are already here.
I'll just watch you guys.
Oh no! Come help us!
No. Ah, fine. I'll just watch you first.
No. Dang!
Who killed it? Damn,
I
Brain.
don't
I have no
know.
idea.
I kinda
One of
achieved
the
it.
rains.
You say you get those little green things? Okay, so I got like 2.
Yeah, you get 2 for me.
I need like a bazillion, I think. Let's see.
I did get an achievement though.
I need.
Activated while it is unleashing a powerful skill. Oh my god.
I have 5. I'm taking it. I think it takes what 5 to 3 to craft. I don't know. Does it tell you how many it takes to craft?
It
Oh.
takes 3 of each to make a higher one.
Yes.
Okay, so I need 1 more.
You probably want to farm a little bit more than that because you'll want to ascend her again.
Yeah.
You always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
So are we teleporting? And then we stay away for what? 1 whole minute and come back? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Where do y'all teleport to?
Probably.
Doesn't matter.
3 minutes.
So, I do something for 3 minutes.
Does it have to be Mondstadt or can it be anywhere?
Yeah, it could be anywhere. Just we have to be away from there for 3 minutes.
And then oh.
There's
Yeah.
stasis down here that we could probably get.
What?
Oh, we're doing the trio?
Huh?
Of Kachinks?
I don't even know where you guys are
I
at.
guess so. I was in my menu. Mono just went to a different one, so she's not even seeing this.
Nope. I didn't know y'all went to that one. I just went healed up. Oh my god. Triplets. Help.
Probably more fun that way.
I'm gonna take a shot at a screenshot. Hold up, triplets.
One of
Wait,
y'all
wait.
move me.
Pose.
Don't take a screenshot yet. Let me do the colorful balloon thing. Are we lining up? What are we doing?
I don't know what y'all are doing, but y'all. Oh my god. Yeah, you gotta do that again. Because I messed it up.
Oh, darn it. Hold on. Give me 3 seconds.
Right?
There you go.
I got a balloon in there too.
There. That was cool.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Alright. Take care.
What the hell is that?
What? Did I not save it?
Oh, that's right.
I took a
Wait,
picture
why did we do this?
and I closed it without saving it, so you gotta do it again.
I just learned. I learned a thing.
Because I messed it up. Because I'm terrible. Hold on, let me get my camera brain together. Let me.
You have two ways to screenshot your computer and in game.
How do you do it in the game?
You have a camera.
Come on, enough
I don't think she has the
procrastinating.
I don't
Let's
have the
go.
camera.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well,
Hold on. I got you. I got it. I got it. I
Okay,
have
so
it.
she can take it. Okay.
I'll take the picture.
Then I'll just stand here and look useful.
In adventuring and in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Oh no! Turtle, you moved! So did Mono. Oh jeez. Guys, what are you doing? Oh my goodness.
Turtle's chosen.
Incoming.
Yes, there we go.
Hey!
Alright.
But then there was no balloon.
That's okay.
Come on,
Oh my
enough
God.
procrastinating.
You need the balloon. You gotta do it again.
Okay. I'm awake.
In adventuring as in business.
that was not the balloon.
No, it wasn't.
While it's there.
Oh my god.
Oh, poor streams. Like, what the hell are they doing tonight? Oh no. Doing stuff. Things.
Don't blink.
I don't ask. There you go,
Work-life
Meow.
balance, but I think this is pushing it.
So do you not get a choice of which one fires? Is it just random?
Yeah.
Yes.
Incoming.
Why is mine always the boomerang? I don't even know. You know, it's the mushrooms. It is. That or the Mr. Beast monster here. Peach flavored.
In adventuring as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Alright. I think I got it.
That was the balloon one, right? But it didn't do the balloon.
Procrastinating. Let's go.
It doesn't do the balloon. You wanna know who was doing the big balloon? The big balloon was me.
Mr. Beast has a drink? Yes, it's a monster Mr. Beast with 6% alcohol. So, yeah. Peach is always a good flavor, yeah. It's empty now. That's probably gonna be my favorite. There's 3 other flavors, but I don't remember what they are. It's like regular, white, and something else. Oh, look what Night Rain's doing. She's doing fireworks.
That was me.
Is it good? The peach is really good.
For work-life balance,
I've been
but
taking
I
pictures.
think this is pushing
It's gonna be like one of those things where like you gotta wait for them to come out with the single package with all one flavor in it, like Mountain Dew's doing now. They finally did that with Baja Blast and regular, which are my least 2 favorite flavors.
more down than usual.
So I can't buy a whole case of it because I don't care for those 2 as much. But apparently people do because they didn't make a whole case of the watermelon and the cherry yet. Yeah, I don't think there's any energy caffeine in it. I don't think they're allowed to do caffeine, so. Not allowed to mix, I think, caffeine and alcohol in the US, so even though it says Monster, I don't think it has any. It's not an energy drink, per se. It's just the energy drink brand. Ah! She's shooting balloons at me.
The fact that you literally just noticed it.
I was talking to Chad and to Turtle.
What if I put it lower? Maybe you guys will be able to see it.
See, how do I get my thing to change? Hi, Cuff, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm playing with 3 cat girl, non-cat girls.
They're not cat girls. She's a human.
I know she is, but she's got cat ears on, so she counts as a cat girl.
Oh, you have to look down to see it.
What did you do? Oh. What is that thing?
Fireworks.
It's a little heart. Firework heart.
I don't know where you guys are at. You guys left me!
Oh my god, no, no.
There you are. There you are, okay. Okay, now I can see down there. Yes! Oh, it's like a bunny or something! That's so cute!
Always have to seize
Yeah, they
the
change shapes.
opportunity while it's there.
There's the heart.
Welcome, God. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing awesome. Thumbs up. Yeah. Dice. Have you tried these yet, Cuff? I don't know if you're looking. Listing.
I heard dice and Cuff. Where are the dice you owe me?
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Or you know my dick is.
You have nitro. You have not. Okay, yeah. The Mr. Beast hard drinks, they're 6% alcohol. Yeah. They're pretty cool. The peach is good. Mr. Beast monsters. I see it sizzling. There it goes. More fireworks. Paw! Cat, buddy! Thing! That's so cool though. Well, you see, the molds I tried getting are not a thing yet, right?
Well,
This is the lowest base stat Pokemon. Oh no.
Dickosaurus, man. It's been printed for a hot minute.
I don't know what it does, but seems to be fun. There, can I catch it? Maybe. We'll find out. Alright, so I need...
You're doing all night room.
Oh wow, those are pretty. So I have like all but one constellation and my thing hasn't changed yet. I get just the boomerang every time.
Yeah, that's the only thing she does.
Is it? Even though you have different constellations?
Yes, that's for everybody.
No!
They do the same thing.
Yo, then how are you guys doing multiple things?
What? That's fine.
What?
I am so confused right now.
Like the random little toys and stuff. It's literally a fucking toy.
No!
You buy them.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hi! Welcome! Like y'all are doing fireworks and lanterns and all that
Those are
stuff.
gadgets.
Gadgets? How do you get gadgets?
By doing the story and stuff. And buy them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's by the Archon quest. What you do
I suggest not buying
is-
them. They are quite expensive.
Oh.
When you got
you
like
do
over a few
is-
million, you know.
is you go to your bag and
Mono,
it's
you want my
like
money?
that weird box looking icon in the center.
I'm just
This
really
one?
mad that I can't use my Serenity pot in your world.
Yeah.
I mean, we could visit her Serenity Pod, but I don't think
She doesn't
has
have it.
I don't have it yet.
No, she hasn't done the Geo Archon yet.
Yeah. Terrible.
My goodness.
Yeah. She's
Good luck
She's
with
so
fire,
behind.
though.
Let's see.
You're gonna need all the luck with child.
Oh,
Head here first, then make our
fucking
way over
child.
to there. There's a
I should have trusted my fucking instincts.
Is there
I mean,
3 of them?
It was a
4,
little
5.
obvious, but
There's more over
but
there
yeah.
here. A
Oh.
lot.
What
Where are you
you gonna do?
going? You have to do it sequential.
Oh, you have to do them in
This
order?
one.
Yep.
Hold your bow and shoot it. Hold your bow. Let it charge first. There you go.
There.
Oh.
Go, Mono.
Okay. But I have to do them in order, starting from the top again?
Rain, where's she going? She
Oh.
I
doesn't
have
see
no
it.
idea.
She doesn't see it. Not that one. I meant the other one over there.
There's one on the very end.
Over there.
Mm.
Mom, no.
She saw it. No, she didn't. Never
No,
mind.
I don't see it! Oh, there it
It's right in
is.
front of you.
There you go.
It's hiding.
Yeah, but it's not in order, so. Gotta try it again.
Ah! So which one of these first? This one?
This one, then this one.
Okay. We'll try this again. 1, 2.
Turtle's walking you to them, so.
I know, I see this. 3.
you gotta hold it. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. 4, 5, 6.
That didn't turn on.
Yeah, I was too far away, I guess.
Hold it. Yeah.
There you go.
There. There we go! Did it work? Did it work? What did it do? What did it unlock
Up
and
here.
where?
Up
Back
here.
on the hill?
The big
Oh.
boy chest.
All that work to go back up the hill.
Yes.
That's a princess chest, not the regular ones.
Yeah, it's a good
Nice.
chest. You get some good stuff.
Yeah,
out of it.
it's the big boy
Wonder if there are
chest.
any poisonous mushrooms inside.
Poisonous mushrooms inside. No.
Where are you guys going?
I don't know.
What? I don't know.
Where do we want to go now? Oh, we were going to teleport back and go do more of that thing again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's been 3 minutes. It's been like 15.
Yeah, it's been quite a few.
When everybody on the call has ADHD.
Right? We all forgot our brains and what we were
half of us
doing.
are probably like undiagnosed
Addicted.
ADHD.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
I'm
about
gonna watch you guys first.
I'm probably immune and don't do crap, so I'm just gonna pretend I'm doing crap.
Yeah, cause he's Dendro, you're doing Dendro.
Yeah, you're not gonna do anything though.
I'm just
Go
gonna
team,
heal it.
go team, go team.
Hey, we're not doing
Go
too
team.
bad. Yeah, great.
I'll just give you a little support.
Yeah, I'm just
My
gonna like.
Vegeta's supporting you guys too.
Well, it seems to be stuck on the ground. Poor thing can't even
Yeah,
get
it's
up.
Yeah, cause you stunned him.
Yeah.
See, you don't need me. I can leave.
Right?
The dendro chicken, as I like to call it.
Dendro chicken.
It's a dendro chicken. It really is. The nice thing is we
Yay,
can
I
all
got
get
2
these
more
things,
pieces.
so I guess
That should be enough.
Also working on getting.
Oops. Oops. My bad.
The UDC here. Yes, that is Night Rain here too. We got Lady Rain, Night Rain, and Myrtle.
I guess I needed one of those mushroom things.
Wait, Nightbrain's talking? I don't hear him.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta turn her up then. You don't have her down. She's been talking the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, until you know. It
No.
got
It's all the
fixed.
way up. She's unmuted.
I think you just have a
Muted?
problem.
I think he's just pulling her leg. I think he can hear her.
I don't. I have her all the way up.
Night Rain
Don't
or
know.
me? Cause like Night Rain.
Oh no,
had
I
to
can
turn
hear
down.
you.
Yeah, I had to turn Night Rain
You
down
hear
on
me?
Oh,
my
so I
end.
gotta go craft. Okay.
Night Rain.
Yeah, I have her all the way up.
old thought patterns.
think
Alright.
I
Again.
don't know how you can't
As soon
hear
as I
me.
start
Hold on,
talking about
hold
it,
on.
the flashbacks start.
Unless I.
Ah!
Yeah, I don't know how you can't hear me.
I have no idea what happened, but I tried moving him.
Yeah, he kicked me out instead.
Well, I was
Disconnected.
moving you, and then you
Me
just
turtle?
disconnected. Can you hear
You
her?
guys are
Yeah.
great.
I don't.
I hear somebody talking.
She hears the Japanese. You're hearing the Japanese voices from Rain.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I have a laptop, so
No, I don't.
Oh.
You just happen to have her muted by accident?
I
Like,
don't either.
server,
It's-
like FN?
No.
It's weird.
Truly is
it's so
fascinating.
weird.
Because you can mute people that you don't want to hear. I do that sometimes.
Does any character have a
Oh,
bonus
I
crafting?
pressed mute and unmuted.
No.
Nothing.
No bonus craftings.
No, her, not you.
Yeah, I know her.
That's weird.
That is so weird.
Like the circle icon, it doesn't even turn green.
That's really weird.
That is weird.
What if I go to my phone? Hold on. No, I don't.
And none of those.
Alright, I'm gonna try and see if I can find another mushroom thing. I need one. Just need
I
a
need
third
to
one.
level up all Hytham. His dungeon for the weapon I'm using is out today.
Ew.
I really want Alhytham.
He's basically power creep catching, so
I just want to collect the characters, to be honest.
I wish we can get characters and stuff.
I know, me too.
Ta-da. Okay. Now.
No.
We do this thing. Finally. And now Polly is caught up with the others.
Look at your little jellyfish! Oh, it's so cute!
Wait, where are you
Mushroom.
guys?
I'm in the wrong spot for a shroom.
Isn't there like a trick to hold this down? There. Oh, you just hold
Where's
it. There you go.
Bono? Why is she a monster?
Is it because of the alchemy table?
Yeah, I was crafting.
Yes, yeah. You know you can.
Yep.
There's an alchemy table in like every city, right?
I know, but this is just
Yeah.
home. I'm comfortable.
To be
I was gonna
fair,
say that, like, why would you go the way
right
over
there.
there?
I'm finally.
Cause I don't. Cause it's the one I know the most. The
Yeah,
city.
everything's right there if you know where it's at.
Yeah.
According to today's
In
forest
Leeway.
patrol route map,
Sorry. In
we need
Leeway,
to head
like
here
a little
first,
spread
then
out,
make
so
our
you
way
have to
over to
walk more.
there.
Mm-hmm.
But
There's a
in
lot of
Mondstadt, you don't
writing.
have to walk very much.
Mm-mm.
Da, 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 da.
I mean,
Still
it is
weird. I
technically
can't hear
considered
her.
home for traveler. Yeah, it is really weird that
That
you
is
can't hear
weird.
To be
Rain.
honest, I really look. I've always been
'Cause we hear
curious
her
as to
just
how
fine.
she masked. At first, he's a mysterious
Is that in
character.
Discord?
He's asked me. I
Damn, the
think we
Discord.
can't
No, I have
trade.
something. I have beef with her. What's going on?
Do you beef
Apparently.
with her? Apparently. Oh,
I don't know what she ever did to you.
I don't know either.
Did we both do something we don't know?
Come to
Apparently. Apparently you're not allowed to talk to each other.
Discord, I think Discord deemed it, so.
Oh, here. Don't leave. Get some hills.
Mondstadt looking different.
Touch my. What is this? Onions? I don't know what this is.
Uh,
Oh,
I hope my
turnips.
vision can't turn back time. I can never
For
learn.
the for
Sounds
yo-yo.
like a historical.
Yo-yo's really
Cute.
good.
On some nights,
Here, I'm gonna
some
type it.
people want to take advantage of me.
What? On some nights, some people
Yeah,
want to
it's
take
pretty
advantage
out.
of me? Oh my god. I didn't even know what
We
that
always
was.
want to take advantage of you, Mono.
Apparently. Poor Chi-Chi.
That's what we're here for. So I think we're more here for you to take advantage of us, but you know.
Oh.
I think she's taking advantage of me.
My vision for the Grandmaster.
Okay, this just went to like Kimono After Dark real fast.
This is nuts. I'm feeling there's something
Fine.
weird looking about.
Oh my god, that was last night.
Albedo, you want to know
She
about
uses me
Noelle?
for material.
Me
Oh,
too.
I use you
Not
for
happy with
material.
riddles. I'm
Every
Sounds
night.
so wrong.
every night.
She,
They start
yeah.
talking about it.
And
the
she
first
uses me
start-
for kids.
This is true. I lick her and I get kids, so this is how this works. We've discovered that.
We mercs have once the deserts. My people are used to the desert life. According to some of the older Eremites,
Oh, my
it does-
voice.
man, are you? Sons, stay close. Wind's picking up. Let's play it safe and pitch camp, ready to roll.
Oh, Mono, there's also an
Where do the
NPC
bears
guy who
skip
sells the
here?
mushrooms.
I've lived.
Is
I
there?
love my makeup box.
Yes.
Now we find out.
You know.
But it's only offline. Well, single player.
Let's
Oh.
get it, buckle.
Oh.
Gloves. You're dead.
I'll just show you
how
where.
about that?
I think
You
I maxed it out though now,
We've
as
got
far as I
ourselves
can go
to-
anyway.
Oh, you're just
Oh, you're still gonna
great.
need more.
Get out. They,
I know.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're definitely gonna
messed
need it.
Definitely,
A lot
but-
more. I
You're
think
Yeah.
mine.
164 or 8.
Oh, jeez.
Holy crap.
Yeah. If it went to level 90 a character, yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. You know, I'm
Good luck
sitting
with
here
Chi-Chi.
Collect a lot of those.
using her, and I never even gave her any artifacts. Guys, what artifacts should I put up under her? Yeah.
Dendro
Anything-
stuff. She needed.
No, oh,
Dia.
for Dea.
Dia.
Oh.
You want anything that's fire, pyro.
Pyro.
Where is it?
Martial artist.
I do
Mm.
I do
No.
have a martial
Feeling alright
artist
today.
for her, but
I'll
you
take
do
the
want
chance to
something
Berserker.
that's more reference to
Unusual.
pyro.
Crimson Witch of Flames.
Book learning alone is not
Yeah, I
enough
don't
to
have
build
that.
intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Oh my god, Kalea, I didn't know she makes that horrible noise.
Crimson. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Mm.
Quip. And then. What piece goes with that, though? Exile. I don't know. Energy recharge 20% using KimonoKat. You have nice cat ears. Like her ears. Hype. Yes. Did you kind of resemble
Okay
that?
over there, turtle.
What?
Oh,
What did you
I
get?
drink
choked up?
some soda and I was trying to burp, not trying to burp loud. So it was like
I guess.
between going out and inside my mouth. It hurt.
Oh no. There. Turn around.
There's a lot of writing.
Oh, fuck.
Nico, nee! Corefish escaped. Nobody caught it. I didn't even try. I'm terrible. Okay, so.
Yeah, I'm just typing stuff for Turtle to see because he can't hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, she makes that noise? That's adorable. Oh my god!
Stay put.
Oh.
There you go.
I don't know what to pick.
No.
Prayers,
I don't know
elimination,
if you're paying
wisdom.
the end-game chat, turtle, but Rain's been messaging in there so he could see what she's saying for the most part.
Oh. In game chat. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because Turtle can't hear her.
Also turnips. I call them onions.
Yeah, they're turnips.
It's very concerning, that like noise.
I'm feeling alright today.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
take the chance
because
to try to get some more
she's
done than usual.
training with a spear.
Mm.
Tell me
So So she's like exhausting herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's adepti everywhere.
It's just out of context. It sounds weird.
Yeah, it does. I'm not gonna lie.
So that was that, and that is me.
I need a mushroom thing. I need one more mushroom for my Khali.
Just giving her crap for now, just so she has something.
Hopefully that helps.
Da, 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 da.
Maiden set with HP.
There.
Yeah.
Adventure.
I don't think she has the maiden set though.
What?
The maiden set.
Wait, for who?
For Dea, right? Or Yo-Yo, sorry, yeah.
Balance, but I think this is pushing
Yo-Yo
it.
needs maiden.
You just call her Yo-Yo?
Yeah.
That's
Yo-Yo,
how you
Yo-Yo.
pronounce it. That's really how you pronounce it.
Oh no, I use her as a DPS, kind of, cause I don't really use heals.
I don't have a healing person. Actually, I kind of do. I have Barbara, but she kind of sucks.
Yeah, she's kind of
Barbara's
cheeks
good
until you
after-
max her up still.
A yo-yo mean, yeah, I
There's
don't know what
better.
they're talking about, meow. Studded
We're
cat
just
ears,
nerding
fancy
out.
cat. It's actually
Yeah.
like bling. It's like shiny, shady, blingy, sparkly things.
Do
But
I
yeah,
have something with
I usually just wear them backwards though, because I like the way they look backwards too. So it's like a 2-in-1 kind of thing. Yeah.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in and
I have to level up
as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start.
the Iron Sting weapon for all Hytham.
Fun. Sounds fantastic.
So many, so much material.
Also, why is the center alley like looking different? Is it an
You know,
event?
cat ears
came
dark
out?
mode.
Wait, what?
You know how like there's these trees and stuff and like the green like walkways? Is that new?
Jeez, how big is the
Oh.
range?
Yeah, it must be from the event that they're doing right now.
Yeah, because
No,
I watched
it's
it, I was
actually
like,
there.
what
Feeling
the
alright
heck?
today. I'll take the chance
Just
to
gonna
help.
level this up forever.
Blue crows?
Wait, what?
Dun, 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 dun.
For her.
Oh, she's leveling up her artifacts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just this one, because that's the one Turtle said was the one to put on her, so.
I don't think I have another pyro one for her though, unfortunately.
I don't have it because mine is on Yandere.
Mine's on Duluth.
Dark cats in dark mode. They kind of blend in.
I could probably take it off Duluth, but I really like how Duluth fights. I don't know, I like his stuff.
Except for all Hytham. I've been mostly free to play, so I don't really
Max
have
level
5
reached.
stars.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought
You like my
patterns
level
start to
1
creep
look?
back in and
What you
start
say?
talking about it. The flashbacks
I don't have
Pyro
anything on
TNT,
him.
That is 4-piece set increase. So I need more pyro pieces, but I just don't have any more pyro pieces right now.
Irene and I are both had no intention for that. I was just going through these guys.
I don't have her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just randomly pulled her. I'm not beta.
No, wait.
We're
Oh,
just that
I have her too. She's waifu.
Of course, I have Traveler. Yeah, Kaya. I
Y'all
like Kaya
at?
a lot.
Oh, I love Kaya. I have a level up too.
I actually need to.
You know what? I should use her.
Heck yes.
I love her.
Now I gotta go see what you guys are talking about.
Oh, our characters.
If Kimono will wear this dress, I will love it.
Which one is it? Oh, the one you got on?
Oh, Ningguang's
Ningguang.
It's
alternate.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, the alternate.
Are all the alternates like
Ningguang.
dark blue? I think most of the ones that
No.
Turtle wears.
It's only her and Kaching because of a special event.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this one was free, the other one no.
It is gorgeous. I'd be a
Wait,
chicken butt.
Oh no,
Yeah,
it wasn't free.
Free?
Never mind, it wasn't free. A
No.
bubble.
Oh,
Oh god.
Ningguang is free.
I thought it was free.
No, like I'm like literally hoping that I can get
This one was free.
Red Dead of
Oh,
Night
it's
for it to
definitely
live.
free.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty. Now we're playing dress up now, meow.
My
We're
tits
just
jiggle.
showing
Mm.
off.
I hope so, like you're moving unless you're flat chested, but you know.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
I think this is pushing it.
Does that work?
Doing a
No.
catwalk here.
Come a little
We're doing
closer.
catwalk.
I forget how to.
Control.
There we go. I was like, I forget how to do it. There we go.
What is it?
If you hit control, you can walk.
Yeah. So we're just catwalking
You need
down
an
the
extra
aisle.
button to do that?
I can't walk.
Control.
Like auto walk?
Yeah. Well, no, you just hit control once and then you can move forward.
Switch to run, switch to walk.
Hey, Rain and I, look at us.
Mine won't do it.
There you go. You have to move forward though. It's not an auto walk.
Oh, I thought it was auto.
No.
Do you like the Mondstadt Fashion Week?
It's fantastic.
Gosh. Let's see. What do I want to be now?
Oh,
Oh, thank you. I needed that, apparently.
Stay put.
Let's go
There you
kick
go.
some butt. I don't know where,
She's
but we're
cute.
gonna go kick some.
we should go to a cryo Regispine.
Okay.
That's where you just
I can use my
spawned when I
data.
opened up the game.
Yeah, we can. Oh, we could have 3 Dayas now. Do you have Daya
yeah,
too?
hold on.
Okay,
I wish.
It'd be cool if we had 4 of the same character. We probably do. We just gotta figure out which one.
Well, I mean, we all probably have female traveler.
Mm-hmm. True.
So,
Alright, let's go, Mono.
alright.
We're going to the Regispine.
Where?
The cryo
Oh.
Regispine thing. You guys already beat it. Got it.
What?
We beat it in 2 seconds.
I'm not even here yet.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I didn't have to do anything. Do I still need one for?
It was
Oh,
Night Rain. I
shit.
didn't do anything.
Oh, is it this way?
Jeez, Night Rain, why you OP? Stop it.
Oh yeah, we need to fight it like 2 more times though.
Okay, let's
I'm still teleporting in.
Yeah, we're gonna teleport away though.
Don't leave me,
Sorry.
fam. My twins
I mean,
left.
you could probably grab your.
Oh, it's raining. I hope there's not a lightning strike.
Oh my god, please no light.
Who's going to win the fashion show? I mean, we all look the same, so I don't know.
Probably me, because I have all the outfits. Except
Probably.
for the look. That's sunny.
I want Duluth's other one.
But I don't have her.
Ah, just like Texas.
Where did
Unexpected
y'all
weather.
go? Oh, there we go. Teleport. Unexpected weather, just like Texas. Okay.
Oh god.
Wait, Kimono, can you teleport away and then come back?
What?
Just do
The
it.
desert's a
Please?
tough adversary,
Okay.
but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you
Oh my god.
I do. Scared. Spawn incoming.
Oh, it doesn't work. No.
You try cutting me?
Just trying to.
No, while the
Oh.
character is still loading, your character just like flies away.
Mm. Well, just. Are you happy now? Oh god.
What the fuck? Press it again, Kimono.
Oh no.
I don't have her.
Not sure what tier, but either
I
C or B.
I happen
Okay.
to get really lucky with getting her and Kiching in the same fucking
we
poll.
You
march
did.
by one simple rule: whoever pays the most.
I was just trying to get Kiching.
Teaching and then that was it.
You want to be toasting.
I was gonna try and do the other one for Kiching though, not the Dea banner. Or Kaino's banner. I was trying to do the other one with like Chi-Chi and Mona.
I really want. Not gonna lie, I really want to say no.
He seems real fun.
He's exactly like a JoJo character, and I love that.
Fire! This girl is on fire! I have to start singing. Mm. Hey, I caught it.
Let's get it on! Pyrotechnics! Look alive! Hi!
I have that one too, Turtle. Ah, I fell.
Oh, I don't have her.
Yeah. Wait,
I haven't done hers yet.
I'm gonna go kill stuff.
her, but I haven't.
Okay, what are we killing?
Did you go off
Wait,
with?
where are we going?
That.
Why can't we
What?
just help?
Hey, there's a treasure chest over here. Just sitting here,
Get your
all alone.
Well, how about that?
There's one over here too, Mona.
Oh?
Is that thing back? I think it is. Oh, it's barely respawning.
You're doing it.
I'm looking for
Hey.
player 2.
I'm over here. You should be looking for player 3, not player 2.
Player 3! God, I don't even know what player I'm looking for.
It hasn't spawned.
There.
Well, how about that?
Yay!
Yeah, it hasn't spawned yet.
Okay. I'll come over here and fight these guys.
Burn, baby, burn.
Let's get it on!
No!
Nice. Rude.
You're all supporting the.
Kill everything inside.
Watch
Look alive!
No. Pew.
Terrible fact.
GG, yo. Sound effects are so cool, right?
It would help if like one of the tanks could actually hit something because you know I have no idea how to actually hit things.
Is it back yet?
I don't know. I was just gonna check. I have to just wait for things to load.
I'm just impatient.
Right? Yes, it is.
Alright, let's go kick its butt.
Pew. Pew. Dead. Wasted my
Oh, no,
energy.
you're
Bam.
supposed to keep pressing it so it goes faster.
Yeah.
The ult is kind of weird. The burst.
Oh,
Because you can't cancel it or run, you have to keep pressing it.
you have to keep
The
pressing
only way
what?
to cancel it is by jumping.
I really want Raiden.
I know.
Yes.
So cool.
He's so pretty.
I love her.
I'm
gonna be
now
like,
in her
"Ah."
domain now, which is interesting.
Oh, she's fun.
I'm on her Archon quest.
I just got to
Inazuma?
yeah.
Pew.
And I literally just got out of read 2 as well. Ridiculously hard to do for no reason. Inazuma.
What is?
Getting out of Rito.
Oh,
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything.
how to do
What
it.
you see is what you get.
Hard day's
And
Uh,
whether
work.
you take on the
Like,
challenge is
start it
entirely up to
first,
you.
And then, like, once you get the little,
I knew it was gonna happen.
traveler's thingy, like,
Yeah.
then you can explore
The
the
permit.
rest of Inazuma.
Yeah, the stupid travel permit. Also, Mono, you should bring out a fire character real quick.
This fight's the one I'm using?
I mean, neither one. I don't care. But you have things over here.
Oh, okay.
Looking for player 3.
Yeah.
I'm down the cliff.
Meow.
Not me. Keep going
That's
down.
player 2 and 4. 3 is down here. Oh, you missed the other one.
Now she has to wait.
Oh, yeah, you want to do it all, so you hit all 3 of them, so you want to do
Okay.
it in the center.
Stand right here in the middle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right there.
There at that middle.
Yep.
Yeah. Now she just has to wait for her to be able to do it. There you go.
Yay!
Call dibs.
Magic.
And actually come down here so I can fight these things, but it looks like someone else took it out.
Uh-oh, who did that?
External.
I should change her weapon. She's got a crappy sword right now.
Oh. I guess I could actually put something.
We just beat up that box for no reason.
What? Come on,
Oh,
my brain. Who knows?
weapons. Switch. What do we want? They all look like crap. Yeah, let's go up. Up, 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 up.
You know, I
My
need to
people
make
are used to the desert life,
healing
but still,
stuff.
I hope
Red
that one day
hits.
they'll
That's
be
what I'm
able to
doing
find
right
ways
now.
of their own. Whoever Leave pays the sands most
I have a lot of
for new
revival
boss.
things, but I don't really have very much healies.
That one's critical hit.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
And that one is Bane of Storm Tide. Increases damage against your opponent affected by Hydro or Electro. Hmm.
Do
I
I?
like this one.
Wait, which one do you have? Pick the second one. It's
Yeah, the
better.
Favinous Greatsword.
Yes, it's way better. I mean, it's not the
Except for
best, but it's
Tonia's-
better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My people are used
Should
to
I
the
keep
desert
this
life.
one that
But
I have
still,
equipped for
I hope
beta?
that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave
What
the
do you have equipped
sandstorms
for
behind
beta?
for a better life.
Is this one?
I'm not looking.
Uh.
Hold on, give me a second. Oh, that one. I have no idea what that one is.
Let's see
Yeah.
here. It's the Rain Slasher.
Need those
Rain
things. Souvenir
Slasher?
shop.
Yeah.
Mondstadt.
Does it do?
It
Is it
is
Main
mostly
and
for
forgery ruins
water?
of Thirsty.
Hydro or Electro by 20%.
I
The
mean,
desert's a tough
it
adversary,
probably works just fine
but
for
at least
her.
it doesn't hide anything.
Especially if you don't have
What
a
you
Hydro
see
that
is
uses
what you
a great
get.
sword.
And whether you take on the challenge is
You know, the
entirely
only
up to you. My people are
Hydro
used
I
to the
have
desert
is-
life.
is,
But still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own
Barbara.
and leave the sandstorms
Okay, yeah,
behind for
see,
a
I
better
have
life.
Barbara, but I also have Zinklaw. So it's just he doesn't use a great sword. He just uses a short sword, so that doesn't do me any good. So yeah, it'd probably work best for beta right now. Has it respawned yet? Do we know?
Probably not.
I haven't checked.
Oh, it's because of the thingamajig.
Yep, it's respawned.
Let's go kick its butt.
Again.
Marie! Yeah. Dead meat!
Any damage to that, that's really annoying.
No, who's dying?
No one. We're all alive. We're good.
Yeah,
That
we
might
lived.
see me a little bit. Is that enough for Akaya?
We have Kokumi too. I want Kokumi.
Yeah,
That's
but
enough for Akaya. Do I have enough of a thingy? So I need to think.
you make a jellyfish.
Kokumi
Oh
is
yeah, I
a-
got enough of those. So then I just need freaking flowers. The calla lilies.
Oh.
Meow.
Okay, I can get my calla lilies. If I can find any.
Hmm?
Calla lilies.
Hmm.
I need some calla lilies.
Oh, they're over in the lakes and rivers in Mondstadt.
I am in
Yeah.
Mondstadt though.
Springvale has them, I think.
That makes sense. That probably makes way more sense. Oh, calla lily!
Ooh.
I think I see some over here too. Yeah, I do.
Yay!
The
I need all
desert's a
of them.
tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything.
Fish.
What you see is what you get, and whether you take
need
on the
fish,
challenge is
so-
entirely up to
Right.
you.
It's nice having the fishing skill too. So then you can get all the fancy little fishes.
Oh, that's a different thing.
Yeah, but that's still nice though. But the ones that you like don't necessarily need ornamentally are great too. And you can use
Oh, I
We
can't kill
marked out
ducks. They turn
one
to
simple
a
rule.
chicken.
Whoever pays the most is your new
What?
boss.
I can kill
What?
ducks. They turn to chicken legs.
Oh, they
Oh
they turn into
no.
fowl. Yeah. Alright, now I can go to on stat craft.
Oh, wait, hold on. I found a chest
Oh jeez.
for Mono.
Mono, go to player 2 and 4.
Okay. Teleport.
No.
Specifically.
Where for?
Yeah. Player 4, yes.
Ta-da!
It's a common chest, but you know it works.
You gotta collect them all.
Yes. You actually get an achievement for it too.
That is one well earned achievement, I bet. Whoa, way up there on the hill.
I
know,
got
below.
Kaya ascended.
Huh? Oh, below.
And below.
Lit.
Like, you go to the river and it's in the corner with a
Oh
bunch of
god, I
trees.
know if Kimon doesn't go here, just pass by 6 chests.
What?
Here.
Yeah, that's the fun of it.
I don't.
We have the bank. The lake.
Where is it at? There we go.
So it's Springvale, and then you can swim over to.
Well,
No.
might want to be careful about her swimming because she doesn't have a whole lot of stamina.
I drowned. What? Maybe tier C or B or higher?
Well, how about that?
No shinies yet, though.
Are you in the lake?
Grabbed a chest on the way.
It's yeah, it's right here. You got it.
Yeah. What did you say I passed, Turtle? Like 5 chests or something?
Yes, they're all on the harbor of Liyue.
Oh. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, he's in Liyue Harbor.
How long would it take me to Ice Bridge all the way to Inazuma?
You go to the.
If you ever want to
go
trade
to the
tactics, I'm always
cracks.
ready.
You have
Dang.
to board that.
Yeah, I can't teleport there where you're at.
You have to travel there.
Mm-hmm.
But you get it on your Archon quest.
Yeah.
Free.
Shenanigans.
Free 20 pulls.
I agree, meow. I agree.
Do you have to have those completed within a certain time?
I don't think so.
How are your adventures going? I am all over the place. So, yes, it's adventures.
Because I know with the Mondstadt stuff, I completed it like 3 to 5 months ago, and I still got it. And then my partner got it, and he did them like 3 years ago.
Okay. That's actually.
Turtle.
Alright.
We'll have a couple of Mondstadt thingies to get.
Found one on the dock here.
I call dibs.
You say they're all on the docks and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
There's one. Oh, I messed up on that.
Did you guys ever get the luxurious chest near the starter zone?
I don't know.
No, I messed
I call
up.
dibs.
It's really hard to get to if you don't have enough stamina, so.
Where is it?
You know, like when you're on the beach you see this little tiny rock, right? It's in there.
Ta-da-da. I've gotten 2. Turtle. 2.
No. I have no idea what you're talking about, unfortunately.
Here, I'll go to it on the map.
Da-da-da.
Oh, okay, over there. I have not been over there yet.
It's a luxurious chest.
I'm gonna have to.
But again, don't attempt this if
Oh,
you
that's
don't
far.
have
Oh,
enough
God.
stamina. I learned that the hard way.
Let's
Alright,
see.
time to find out if I have enough stamina.
Also,
Where?
if you go out farther, there's another island. You have to use Kaya for that. That
Oh.
takes forever.
Oh, you
Oh,
could have
this is
told
that
me.
other one? Which one? Yeah, I got enough stamina for this. I had no idea. Mona, you do not have enough stamina for this. Do not even attempt it. Just mark it on your map.
I may already have it. I don't
You don't have it. I promise you. I don't think Turtles helped you out with this one yet.
I don't know. We did one. It was like on a hard island or something weird.
Yeah, this is different. You can't get this one.
Let's do this.
Wait, I can help her with Kaya. I just realized.
Y'all can.
Uh-oh. You can swim.
And there's another hidden island if you go out there. You're totally off topic though.
Walking on ice with my fire type. This is probably not advisable. I probably put off too much body heat. Mono can do anything with teamwork, yes.
Oh, Rain, you have a cooldown?
Rubbing it on my face.
Yeah, it's right
Yay!
No, I have it marked so I can get it later.
Now I can just teleport out of here, right?
See that island out in the distance?
Uh-huh.
There's another chest over there.
That's what the Mr. Beast streak is for, to do anything, right? Should get another. Maybe not.
How far is that?
That is way out there.
The desert's a tough adversary.
It takes forever.
But at least it
Oh,
doesn't
that
hide
one?
anything.
There's a teleporter
What
where
you see is what
the
you get. And whether you take on the
electro
challenge is
Is
entirely
that
up to
cube
you.
is
is.
that what that island is? Because I don't think it is. That island's
Yes.
further south.
Yes, that's for endgame
No, that's
stuff.
a different island. No. That
Wait.
one out there is a different one.
Oh, that one. There's a certain thing you have to do to turn on some wind circles.
Too bad.
You get Kaya over there.
I mean, we can ice bridge. I'll just bring on Micaiah.
Yeah, let's just ice bridge if we want to do this.
I should switch to an ice character, but I'm being the lazy one.
Oh, we should probably take turns doing that.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go first. There we go. Oh!
Oh, I thought someone was gonna do it.
For you!
We're getting closer.
Bed. Stay cool, everyone. Gotta get ready for bed. Okay, meow.
Team effort, it's great.
Right? I'm the only slacker here who still has the fire type enabled. There's something wrong.
We're getting a lot closer to it.
And the only wrong thing that could happen is Mono uses her skill.
I know.
do that, Mono. Please don't do that.
Please use fire right now.
Oh shit!
Don't fall, turtle.
Hold on, guys. Oh, I missed. Oh no. That's one thing that sucks about that user, though. Oh, turtle.
Did we leave turtle?
I
Come on,
think I
turtle.
got
Y'all gotta help turtle. There he is. He's back. Nope, I fell.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Well, I can make it.
no. Mono
I can't for some reason.
I don't know if I can.
Oh god.
Why is Kimono faster? What are you doing?
Why go faster? The stamina run out.
Wait,
No.
are you?
No, don't go faster, Mono.
No, don't do
Oh
that.
my
Don't
God.
do that.
No, stop
And
She drowned.
no, Mona was swimming normally, and she was swimming faster than us.
And then she
Is that a
drowned.
thing?
Oh,
I
now we're
don't
gonna have to
know.
like go back to her at some point. But now we're already out here, so
Right? And I was the soccer without the ice type, so I mean.
we'll get back out here. I need to have the actual marker.
Oh, let's see.
Can I make that? Maybe? No, I'm about to drown. Hold on.
No, stop and then take the stamina
My
restoring.
stamina
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Too bad you can't teleport to your friends. So. Let's see, I don't think Chi-Chi could even do this fast enough yet.
Why would we leave Mono to save? Oh god, I hope I
Yeah,
can make
Chi-Chi's
it.
way too slow. There's no way.
Not gonna make it.
I don't think I'm going to.
Turtle can.
Yeah. I'm getting a little low.
I think what we can do is we can
I'm almost
wait.
there. I mean, you don't have to keep going. I'll just try to make it. Make a bridge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
just
know.
make a bridge to us.
I, have more
I might
food, I have
drown
to
before
wait.
then. Just saying, I might drown before then.
It doesn't decrease if you don't move.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. Not just kidding. Yeah.
It just decreases less.
Give me 4 minutes. That's the food.
Yeah.
How's it going? Any sharks?
I got nothing yet.
Ah.
I promise you it's worth it.
Water's nice.
In your own worlds. Just not right now.
We're just having to chill here and wait for our food to reach.
Your food? You're eating?
Yeah, so like, you know how when you revive that there's a cooldown for the revived food?
Uh-huh.
There's a cooldown for the stamina food too.
Oh.
And it's longer than the revived food. So we're all just chilling and floating in the water.
Oh, jeez.
Waiting for us to be able to use this.
So, not only do you get a few chests out of it, you also get a few achievements as well.
What? Turtle, did you die?
No, just waiting here.
Yeah.
On the island for them?
No, in the water.
No.
You're just standing in the water?
Yeah, you can wait in the water. It's just, you know.
Oh, jeez, you guys.
Don't know why stamina has a big cooldown when nobody uses it.
Nobody knows about it. I only knew about it because I checked.
I like how both Kaya's just flopping up and down at the same time.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I.
Big brother, are you stuck in the water?
Already forgot.
Oh Oh god. Uh,
Mona, if you can see our point of view.
I know! If somebody would share screen, man.
Hold on. I got you.
I can also share screen.
Oh, good. Let's see. Pop this out.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
Alright. So that chat can see what's going on too. I'm gonna share.
Oh dear God.
Display share. So
Ouch.
Rain,
Oh, I
you're
got
on
70
camera.
seconds. Oh,
There.
okay.
Now we can see the shenanigans that's going on over here.
6 seconds left.
Ugh.
They're just floating in the water. Are y'all actually swimming or just
No.
We're just treading water, essentially.
why?
Yeah, I got 1 minute. Because our stamina doesn't really go down.
So y'all can't move forward at all?
Hey, do you know what?
Or just goofy?
No, we just
Drown if we move.
So-
Neither do I.
look at this, Mona.
I
You
already
have to wait
forgot.
for this.
And then you can move forward again for a few feet.
Look at my point of view. I sent a screenshot.
Not right now. I can't do it right now. I'm in the middle of something.
1, 2, breathe.
Then feed her.
3, 4, and
18 seconds.
3 seconds.
Right there.
Hmm.
Ah,
I have a 3-star.
I'll have to do it later.
That restores 100 stamina, so I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna sit here and eat my
3,
cheese
2,
crisp and watch
1.
this.
I can move.
Ah.
We got this.
Do I have enough? Uh-oh.
I definitely don't think I have enough for this.
This is nuts. I didn't know y'all could do that.
I didn't either.
I made
until
it.
just now.
I made it. Oh, stamina.
1, 2,
Oh, so now Turtle can save you guys.
4, and
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's and then you fight a boss here too.
Mm.
Yeah, you know what's funny? There's nothing here.
There's a chest on
okay.
the left. I see it. Somebody just went past it. Rain just went past it. There's a chest on the left right there, Rain.
No, it's not. What?
Yeah, it's right there, behind the rock. Oh my
Where?
god. Walk!
This right here?
Yes.
Oh, that one? Yeah, I can't get that though.
2.
It's
Yeah.
useless to me.
There's one right there, and then there's another one.
There is a luxurious chest down here.
So y'all went all the way out there for chests that y'all can't get, because y'all left.
Yeah, because marker.
Yeah, showing them because they need it in their world. And then
So I should mark it.
and a boss.
Yes.
Too.
It's pretty
Yes.
much on the edge.
And
of
you
the
also
world.
let's
get
go
achievements.
somewhere
Hmm.
cooler.
How do I mark it?
And there's a little animo globe, so you can level up your statue.
Yeah.
Can't mark it. Oh, there I can. Yep.
I've
Sorry.
already got it, so.
I'm in the way.
There.
Wait,
Close enough.
you guys started without me.
Oh no! Did you guys leave me? Guys!
Y'all can teleport back.
There's one
Oh my god.
No, we
Ah.
can't teleport back, cause then you won't have the other bridge.
Can we fight this thing? Oh, yeah, we can. Heck yeah. Let's
1,
Yeah, let's
fucking
do
go.
that. Hold on.
breathe. 3, 4,
I'm realizing we probably shouldn't do this, Sky.
We got this.
Oh, there's
There
a
you
boss
go.
over there. Uh-oh.
It's
That'll
the
be
ruin
fine.
grader.
There's a ruin guard and a few others. Yeah, there was.
Ah. Come on, dude. Here, in the water. Oh no, don't do that. Oh yeah, we got this.
Well, y'all entertain. I'm gonna be right back. Y'all have fun.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You guys can stay live
Oh,
and
no.
entertain.
No! Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4,
oh, that was gonna be
Two.
really bad. Oh, no!
Oh my god.
3,
He
4.
died!
You died?
Yeah!
Well, you killed it.
I know. But I died killing it, so I get nothing!
Did you at least mark your stuff?
Oh.
Yes, I did mark it, that's okay.
Where is it? Where
Now
is
I'll get up and
it?
feed Gato.
Alright. Let's do this again. Take 2.
Oh! I think this is the one. Mono left. Oh crap.
1, 2, breathe.
She's gonna
Breathe.
BRB.
4, and
So there's 3 chests and 2 bosses. Plus there's, I wanna say...
I think this is the silly that makes the wind circles to go over there.
There is no wind circles.
Oh shit. Ow, my ears. No, I know, but there's a quest that makes you do this and takes you over there to do something. And the city over here, I think it makes wind circles to get you over there.
Make Kimono invisible. I'm invisible now because of the drink. Oh my god. Why did I hit that button? Because that's the wrong button. This is the button I'm trying to hit. But I did get a different one when I
What
was
the heck? What is wrong with this enemy? He's not moving.
This one's called Scary Berry. I don't know. We're gonna find out what it tastes like. It's called Scary Berries, so.
2, breathe.
This enemy is bugged. What happened?
I don't see any enemies. All I see is a map.
What happened?
No, the one over here. With me.
Where are you guys? Oh, you're on Stone Carrot Point.
He's just walking in place.
Okay, Scary Berry is scary.
Hey,
No,
do
no,
you
we
know
can't
what?
It's sour.
Neither do I.
It is sour. It's kind of like almost like a cranberry.
I see
We're
what you're
all
talking about,
teleporting.
Turtle.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
You don't.
He's just here. He's not moving.
Are you sure?
There's one over here too that's doing that. Oh, now he's moving. Oh shit.
Like cranberry tartness, yes.
Can't even do anything to it.
2,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this
Except for
one's
sweet
a,
too.
4,
Commission one.
2, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've done
They're
one
hard.
now, I
Oh.
think.
I wonder if
I think it's just Mono needs to activate it.
maybe.
Okay,
Whoa.
All play-
That was weird. Okay. No, it works.
but
Oh.
I'm in the area, so maybe, I don't know.
If I die, it's your fault, guys. Oh, never mind. I didn't die.
It's dead.
Turtle's got it.
second. Turtle, you're way too cracked.
Where's Mono?
Here.
Oh, come over here. I'm not sure if that's this one, but
Move it, move it, move it.
oh, you have to go up there.
Okay. Then I'm gonna climb. Ads. No! Ads are evil.
There's another one called Love Island. I don't know if you guys have that one too.
Why do you do this to me, you crazy thing?
She didn't see the chest. Okay.
Oh, there's a chest up there? Dang
Yep.
it! I gotta go back up there. Dang it. I should have looked around.
Yeah, there's a huge chest.
Oh, it doesn't make that. That's weird.
Okay. I see it now. Dang it. Back
Gosh,
from
Mono.
watching mammoths? Mammoths. You're watching mammoths?
You mean mammoth?
And we're climbing and climbing and climbing. And then, oh, that's how come I didn't see it last time. Yay!
Pretty.
Oh, pretty. Myrtle, Myrtle, Myrtle. Metaverse ad. Oh. Oh yeah?
Oh.
Yeah. I'll leave it to Chi-Chi.
So what we doing?
Where did y'all go? There you are.
We just went up the hill.
I don't know.
I mean,
Go treasure hunting. I don't know.
I got some dungeons I need to do.
3D goggles that show in VR extinct animals. Interesting.
You said 3D goggles?
Yeah.
Googles.
Googles.
Google.
Googles.
Google. Lead the way. Rain.
Alright. Let's see where it is. Can I equip him? Because today's Saturday, right?
Ah.
Technically Sunday in China and Japan, but yeah.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to
We
seize
don't
the
have it
opportunity
unlocked.
while it's there.
Wait.
Okay.
Which one is
So
it?
we gotta go to the statue of the seven.
Da, 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 da.
What you can do is on the bottom right corner, there's a thing that'll take you to either zones like Liyue,
Let's go
Inazuma.
somewhere.
You teleported it to the ground, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It does that.
And now Kimono like teleported into Ketchin's character model. It looks really
Mini flying.
Unfortunately,
Where are
the
we
signal
going?
is- I have to hold on. I have to text it.
Mono, just attack so you can go down.
But I don't know how to do that, I'll die.
So you press it, right?
Uh-huh.
And you go co-op.
I don't know.
Mona,
There.
what are you doing?
Whatever they were talking
Work-life
about.
balance, but I think this is pushing it.
And then press and then we'll accept.
Co-op. Confirm.
And we got this.
Oh,
Mr. Gruffy!
I don't
Hi!
have fire, but
Welcome, Mr. Gruffy.
hold on.
All down. It'll
You
be
don't
okay.
need fire.
There we go.
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. We don't need fire.
Start.
What would you do?
We're gonna die.
Thanks.
Oh my god, am I the first one who loaded in?
Well, wasn't there a first level one? Then I don't even know if I done it.
Oh, and then you'll need to go to the key.
Can I start it? I can't. Wait, can I?
No, you
I
can't.
can't. No!
You guys have to wait for me. Muhahaha. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm the, what is it, the gatekeeper, the key person? I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing for me to hit here.
No, we're just here to help train.
I'll just add a little bit of life to people occasionally.
Faster? Okay, faster.
No, I don't want to claim rewards. Crap.
Well, see, wasn't there one before this that we had to do? Because I don't think I did the...
This is for weapons.
Okay.
So certain weapons have different stuff.
Okay.
But you don't.
But I'm saying, well, there was like 2 of them unlocked, and I did the harder one, I think, versus the easier one, because I didn't...
It's better to do the harder one because you get more rewards.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to do the harder one.
But I don't think I don't know if I've done the easier one, I guess that's what I'm saying. Are you supposed to do them all?
No, you should. No, we should be able to do it.
And it's just depending on what the weapon needs. I need
Yeah.
to do this a few more times, I think.
Okay. So I could do... Oh, okay.
Discord, you suck!
Yes.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Culture looks cool. At least I got it, right?
I got a new letter from an informant.
Mr. Grubby, welcome to the chat. Thank you for lurking and listening, Mr. Grubby.
Why isn't it loaded in? Oh, there we go.
Because I had to hit start, and I'm a slacker, so...
I forgot about that, sorry.
Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on in here, too. So... Oh, that's what he sent earlier. Okay. I was trying to figure out what I missed earlier in the... I'm organizing my screen. Hold on. I need to see rain again. I don't know why, but I know people's faces are there, so... There.
I can share my screen too. I don't know why I would, but you know, just in case.
Ready?
I'm gonna do a circle.
Okay. Where are you at?
Just started.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a circle in man.
Orders received.
Ah.
Guys. Wow.
Yay!
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
something
hear you.
changed because she got real quiet for me. But yeah, now you can hear her.
It's 'cause
I blame the other rain. I blame Kimono.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
That's
You did it.
It's your Discord.
Ah! Come drop
Hold
balls,
on.
man.
Maybe if I stop sharing my screen, maybe it might still work. Hold on.
You think sharing your screen triggered it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear anymore.
Oh no! You can only hear her when she shares her screen?
That's really stupid. Why is Kimono under the floor?
I don't know. Only on Rain's screen.
I
On mine,
can.
I'm fine.
You can still hear me?
Adventuring, as in business,
Yes.
you always have to
Yeah.
seize the opportunity.
Okay, so
while it's
yeah,
available.
sharing the screen triggered it.
Why is that a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Made no sense to me.
Who created Discord? Why?
I thought we were doing. Can you not select the higher level ones, Mono?
This is all the highest level I can select.
Mm.
Yeah, cause she's too low.
I haven't done
Okay.
all the stuff, so I need to really catch up on story stuff too.
Book learning alone is not
Story stuff and the world level needs to be raised.
Mm-hmm. And how
That's
do you raise the world
That's
level? Just
fine.
by doing stuff in the world, I guess.
Yeah, you have to also ascend. Essentially, you have to ascend your world level, which is that domain that you had to do.
Okay, which I haven't done yet. Oh, I let somebody else start it this time.
That was you. I can't do anything.
Yeah, that was you.
Just happened really quick. It was confusing.
Hey, 21 seconds.
Nice thing is we can claim rewards.
So they can't help me with the domain. And Discord creating Discord for gamers.
No,
Are...
not the ascension
You have
one.
to,
Dang.
you don't have to claim the rewards.
Oh,
It'll
I
save
do it
your
anyway.
level.
I mean, I'll probably need it eventually, so I might as well claim it.
True.
Not really.
It
Depends
really
on.
depends on the weapon, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if my character's ready. I need more of the. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can buy it with Stardust. Geofish shats? Hatchlings? Whatever they are. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the alchemy table and see if I can
Okay.
do it. That way.
I hope they update Discord where the consoles can share the screen. That would be amazing.
I probably will.
I hope so.
Oh, you can hear me better, Mia?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know why that was the thing, but you know, I'll take it.
Life goes on.
Actually, doing that domain helped a lot. I needed to do it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
God,
eventually I'll need. Go
I got
ahead.
my first co-op achievement
Nice.
because I don't play with anybody.
Oh no.
My co-op achievements are at, let's see. How do I check that?
I have 3 co-op achievements.
I have 70% co-op achievements.
Oh jeez. Well, so like meetings in Outrealm Series 1 I have 40%, Series 3 I have 13%, and Series 2 I don't have anything.
So Series 1 I have 70%, Series 2 I have 57%, and then Series 3 is 38%.
Back. Welcome back.
I have
I go after
84%.
the Sharp. So going after the Primo, like Theo Sharp, because I have to do that for a quest, doesn't count if I do it in co-op mode.
Does it say you have to do it in single player? Because as long as it like there's one I need to do. It was.
But if you lie on the grass, you can feel the
It
heartbeat
says
of the
unable
ground.
to initiate quest in co-op mode.
Yeah, you won't be able to do it in co-op. But
Oh.
for mine, I cleared the trial of Andreas, Dominator Wolves in single player mode. So I have to defeat Wolf Boy.
I hate that. I didn't have to do it on my own. I'd be fine.
Let's go.
That's one of the ones
Same.
I cannot do on my own. I cannot fight those fucking Bisharps.
Oh, the big blizzard thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
But with Geo, I think with the Geo lizard things, I think you need like Noel.
That thing?
Yeah, you need to make shards.
Yeah, you need Noel for that.
Yeah, I didn't know. I have Noel.
Oh, actually, any Geo character that can make. Well, everybody.
So are we going there to do that one? Or are Turtle doing it also?
The Prio Bishop, I'm gonna see if he's there because it shows a map.
Well, I need him, but I need it to be like level 40 plus. But maybe I can make it in alchemy, so I'll do it.
Oh, he is there.
Where's he at? Up on that hill on the other side?
Dang it, Mono doesn't have the frickin' waypoint that I usually use.
Yeah, I have to run over there.
So you're the one that you also take the one that's up high and you just fly down, right?
Yes.
I do too.
Mono.
Jeez, Mono.
I don't have it. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm walking. Which one's the one up high? Oh, way up there. Okay. So I gotta work on teleport points in this area.
Up high, and then we just drop down, and it's a lot faster.
Makes sense, because I don't know where you're supposed to climb up on this thing.
I explore and unlock checkpoints.
You need to get more stamina. Oh my goodness, why is there Fatui there? Oh, they saw me. Hold on.
You got this.
They're level 28, so...
Yeah, for nothing. Oh, I hate when I do that. Promise to do.
Should I kill it or do I wait?
Please.
Wait.
Okay. Why did everyone answer?
Because we're all just like on our way, slowly but surely.
You have enough
You guys went around, I went straight.
Look, this is just where I'm going, alright?
I'm just following Rain, because my sense of direction sucks.
You want to be careful, Mono, because you don't have a lot of stamina.
Sure I do.
And you don't have any stamina
Wait.
foods either.
Wait, we're going for the Primo Bishop, right?
Yes.
Why are you guys climbing? There's a doorway over here. Down here.
I don't enter that way.
No compass tells me where to go, right?
Kimono, jump!
Sorry, Mono.
Where
What?
are you?
Going a different way.
She's still climbing.
Ah!
There's a
But you're
chest
up
over
the
here too.
stairs here?
No, down here.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see
down
you.
here.
Yeah, I see you.
No, jeez.
I think she's just showing her the teleport waypoint.
No, I wasn't.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
I can barely do damage to it. Come on!
I'm not even in there.
Not yet.
Where's it at?
In here. Oh no.
There you guys are. Let's kill it.
I didn't even get a hit on it.
My second achievement.
Oh. Oh, what is this
I'll
one?
never do that again. Hate that it doesn't count.
Did you say there's a teleport here somewhere?
Not this
Nope.
one, but I can hopefully get you to it.
So, I actually need the little lizard thingies. So I'm gonna
the
go do
small
that. There's one over here in the marshy area.
Oh,
Plus
God.
has been caught. I caught a Plusle.
Dihua Marsh. Or however you say it.
Left here. We went to
Yeah. You don't have enough monies for another Pokeball? That's bad.
No!
You need Pokeballs.
She just wandered off on her own.
Where are you
Mono.
guys?
Mono.
Shush.
Teleport.
I'm exploring.
Okay.
You guys leave me?
No, I know you left me this time.
I mean, I have to get the lizard thingies.
I hate this survey.
So I'm just doing that real quick, and then trying to go to the alchemy table.
No.
Where is it? I don't see it. See it. Oh, oh, there it is.
Ooh, exquisite chest.
Treasure chests. I really like treasure chests.
That's you.
Bless you.
There's the one. way over there. You're not. I don't think you guys are gonna have the stamina for this.
There's a floating tree. I have issues
Why
with
is there a
this.
floating lizard? There's a floating lizard.
It's a tree floating.
I'm a screenshot that. Oh my god.
Did you see the tree?
Yes, I see your tree. Oh my god.
And we need to see Turtle's lizard, yes.
That's a screen recorded.
Okay.
Found it. And there's a lot of foul for some reason.
Oh, what is that thing?
Oh, that's a rune guard. Totally helped you. Oh, turtle.
Thank you.
Totally helped. Let's see. And there's another one over here next to a teleport.
Trolling me, fruit roll-ups are hard to roll up. Oh,
Dude, seriously, and there's always that thing at the end where it's you know, where it doesn't unroll.
Yo.
I helped. See?
Ooh, and we unlocked a chest.
All for Mono, but she's not here.
Nope.
Oh, this crazy.
Oh look, we unlocked another one for her.
She sounds really suspicious in Japanese, not gonna lie.
Just a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's... I think I'm gonna do one more, and then... go to the alchemy table.
Yeah.
Teleport?
Look, Mono, you unlocked one. Now there's one that's up further.
I know, I'm working on it.
That's the wrong one.
Why is that the wrong one? The one up here is the wrong one?
No, you want the
No.
one up top.
You want this one over here?
No, the one up top was fine.
Okay. I'm like so confused.
Breathe.
Oh.
Wait, I don't have it leveled up. Never mind.
Oh, there's a shrine of depths over here.
Turtle, you're here.
I love the Shrine of Depths.
GPS.
I need to unlock all of mine. Oh goodness, there's a couple of them, aren't there?
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Did I at least hit one? I don't think I hit one. There we go.
Oh god, there's one here. There's 2 or 3 here. I don't want these things. I thought you guys were hunting these things. I don't want them.
Yeah, we are, but they respawn.
So there's another chest for you.
God! Are you GPS Genshin positioning?
Oh yeah, I can't do that one.
I don't know if I have it or not, so I'm just marking it.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that on mine either.
Faster?
Actually,
Okay,
wait.
faster.
Maybe I do.
I know I've opened quite a few of the anima ones, but I haven't done a lot of the Geo ones yet.
I've opened all of the anima ones, and but I haven't done all of the leeway ones. Alright, now I'm gonna go to an alchemy table.
Alright. Good
Yeah, I'm
thing.
missing 4 of the shrines in Mondstadt, and then I'm missing one Sealy in Mondstadt.
Now I'm above the clouds.
I can probably take you to the shrines that I know of
Let's see.
later on.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably find them. I mean, it's just, I mean,
Hey, do
those
you
ones
know
are
what?
easy to find, but the fucking
Neither do
Sealy,
I.
man.
Oh, it's right
I-
there.
Already forgot.
Knock.
There we go.
Myrtle. There's a Geo thing. Excuse you, bless you. Something matter there. Okay, so where are we going? Way down to this road, I think. Oh god, that's way down there, isn't
His
it?
weapon leveled. Finally.
Out or across the way, I'm not sure.
It's down there. Wait, the teleporter?
Yeah.
It's down there.
Okay. So I'm gonna land right. Oh, maybe not.
Okay. I need a big purple chunk. Or green chunk. Back to the crafting.
I'm way too high up. Gonna have to land a minute. I'm gonna run out of stamina.
Are you helping her unlock waypoints, Turtle?
No, I'm just making sure that she's not dying.
He's just following me.
Okay.
He just once I unlock him, he teleports to that location. You know,
You're still up there?
yeah, I don't have that much
Just
stamina.
fall.
I don't.
You could literally fall and then, like, use your wings again. Do you not know that?
Yeah.
Attack. Okay.
So what you do, to, like as you're running out of stamina, is you attack, and it'll cancel out that fall
Light
damage
goes on.
to an extent.
Okay.
Guys.
Oh, I need to... So I need to fight the weird dune like worm thing in the desert.
Where is
oh
that
god,
one
it's a
at?
long name.
Where's
The
that chest
wee
at? On the hill? Oh.
That's literally what it's called, I'm sorry.
Oh, the I can't see it there.
The
Satek we not?
Yeah.
I can't get up there.
I never fought this because I don't need it.
For all Hytham.
Yeah, he's still level 1, that's why. I don't use them, so why
Okay.
fight?
Female characters.
That's okay, as long as you have Kokumi, I'll be alright.
Take a sip of scary
Oh.
berry! Oh,
I was
yeah.
gonna kill him, but okay.
Need that.
Actually, I'll use Dai.
Oh,
Oh no.
we're gonna die.
She's the best supporter healer I have.
Kokumi is great.
Got it. Rain left.
At least I forgot to add turtle and rain though.
Oh no!
I wanted to do
Your
my
thingamajigs.
yeah. I've done my dailies already. I just wanted to do some of my solos.
Okay, where is this treasure chest that I'm like trying to find?
Down below.
It must be on the other side of this mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, go fake rain, go.
Fake rain. So bad.
Oh my god, I have not
Dude,
done my
that
dailies.
crit though. Did you see that?
Pretty.
Oh.
Not sure if that was all I needed. Hold on. I hope it was. Oh, I need one more, and then I need the little pupas.
Where is this thing?
What is Kimono doing?
I'm trying to find this thing to unlock.
Oh no.
I don't know where it's at.
It's underwater.
Oh, never mind then.
I
You know,
you see the mini maps pointing down.
I don't see that.
The little 3 lines next to a teleport waypoint, and if it's grayed out, means that it's underground.
What?
So, okay, Mono, get out of your regular map.
Good luck. Thank you.
Get out of your regular
So
map.
I
So, like
need
your
to
mini map
help
on the
Mhm.
left.
Yeah.
If I
See
did
the
it.
little arrow pointing down?
The one that's pointing up?
No, the one pointing down. Well,
No.
There's one pointing up.
I don't see the one pointing down on my mini map.
Okay,
On
well,
the
it's
big
not
map it
pointing
doesn't
down.
show. It only shows on the mini map.
Oh, I
but
see
it's
it now because the thing was
yeah.
in the way.
Yeah.
Well, now it disappears. Oh, it comes in and out. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends on what level it's on, but it
Mhm.
Yeah, it's right there.
below. Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess we can't go underwater yet.
Did the wee
No, you have to
bomb?
unlock it.
Wait, what? What is this? Oh,
Look,
yeah,
do
you
that.
do have to.
50 seconds.
There's a treasure chest down there too.
Go get it unlocked.
Actually,
don't worry.
if you brought out Raiden, that would help me a lot too.
But I don't want to. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to.
Hmm. Da, 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 da.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
It's still respawning.
I caught it. GG.
Look at this area, full of chests and rewards.
What?
Right?
What? I don't even know where y'all are at.
I think it respawned. Yeah, it did.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it player 2's point that has chests in, or player 2?
Oh, it did.
Or 3?
Player 2 and player 4.
Well,
We're
player
fighting
3
a
now.
boss right now.
Player 2 and 3, not 4, because 3 left. So no 4 is 3. If that makes sense.
We don't need no swirl reaction. Just kill it.
Who needs swirl when you have Raiden?
I'd be for players starting to complete the decks I catch whenever, cause yeah, I
Hello,
usually
Kimono.
trade them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go over to Kimono in a second.
Y'all in the pit.
Yes, but I don't think you need the rewards because you don't have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need the rewards for this.
I'm just running around in the desert. Don't mind me.
Just explore.
Ooh, I got an achievement.
Hi, Myrtle.
Why is there a child here?
Cause y'all said there was treasure and y'all lied. I'm just kidding.
Oh. There you go. Oh, not dead?
Dang, that was fast. Remarkable.
That's not a chest. That's just for the teapot, which you don't have.
Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
It's fine. She can collect the things for the
Yes.
teapot until she gets it.
Yeah. Turtle left.
That's rude.
He did. He left me. Boop. He's fighting things and stuff.
Treasure chests. Do we like treasure chests?
Hush.
Wait, where'd you guys go?
I went to my own.
I got an achievement for that.
Oh yeah, Kimono needs the egg-looking rocks things.
Mm-hmm.
We're already here, but might as well get some.
Those are warm pipas.
Was she get blinked with the treasure chest? Yes.
I'm just gonna go out to this island now.
Oh, you're gonna go to that weird island? There's another one. But
Wait.
but
Where are you going, Kimono?
I fell.
Teleport back.
Let's see.
To be honest, I don't know where you guys are, so I'm just killing random things.
It's gonna be a really sad day if I fall into this.
Oh, I do need those.
Yes, you do. A lot of them.
I may not have stole some. I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
Illusion shattered.
Wheel of life.
Are you above or below ground?
Below ground.
Alright.
Inazuma
Opening
shines
box.
eternal.
Forget thy tricks.
Meow.
Ooh, pretty.
Hi, welcome. Nick Dothy, welcome. How are you doing? What's good? Genshin, just collecting things, wandering around, doing crazy stuff.
Dying in water.
Cold.
Dying in general. We won't talk about it.
There you guys are.
I died.
Oh, hold on.
Let it rain. I'll race you there.
Hey, why are you using amber?
Cause I died. I fell to the ground. I couldn't fly as far as Cyril did. Because I need to switch
Ow.
characters, but he hasn't stopped running yet, so I can't switch characters.
I'm not even running. I'm just walking. There's more
You're
here.
running.
There's what?
I'll race you there.
Well, there was
I'm
more
back.
here.
Rip, I know, right? Rip.
I'm
back. Tiny Reeves.
I have stolen some. I'm sorry.
She says some. There was like 8 of them here.
Uh-oh. I see 0.
So yeah, oop. We got a chest for you.
Opening
Yay.
a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Bunch of stuff. Where did the blue thing go? Oh, there he is. Back here.
Oh, there's a time challenge right here that also gives you a chest.
See.
Challenges are great.
Hello, Miyako, how are you?
Wait, Mono, can you trigger this? If it's a time challenge, I'll just run over there.
Okay.
If you can trigger them, we can finish it.
Yep.
It's the particles.
Work for you, Mono.
Oh, up here. Oh, I'm off.
Oh, okay.
Mono
I
can get
just
distracted with the
put
ceiling.
one of them.
Yep.
That's more like it.
Where's Kimono? Oh.
I'm coming.
Putting a Sealy.
The ground fell out from under me. That was fun.
Oh, that unlocks more
Wow,
stuff.
these will come in handy.
Sorry. Have it. There's 2 more right here. I will not get them. There's another one right here. And 3 right here. Or 2, sorry.
How's it going? Yes. How is it? Nick Dothy, how are you doing?
There's another time trial right here.
Who killed it? Mono.
Opening a
I'm
chest is
proud
like
of you.
unwrapping a gift.
Take it easy.
She's
I
like
think
the
there's
last
more
one showing up.
right here. Oh no, it's just investigate. But yeah, there's another time thingy right here.
Okay. I gotta find you guys again. Oh, what you doing? I'm doing good, just chilling and did some sketches today. Ooh. Making
Why
art.
is there a wasp in my room? Hello.
Fuck you.
Go get it.
Make friends with it.
Well, that's gonna suck. I don't have a light in my room.
Guys. I just fell.
How are you lost? Oh, she fell through the hole.
I fell through a hole.
How did you not see the hole?
There's bad guys, because there was sand over it.
How do you expect Mono not to get lost?
I'm changing characters while I'm at it too. While I'm under attack and I can't. Yeah, that's good. Good idea.
Not so hard.
Don't mess with me.
Hey.
Oh yeah, this one. These are a bit hard to
Oh,
explain.
I'm
You have
practicing chibi heads so they come out right. Nice. Come on, I heard you scream a second time on someone's mic. I know, right? You can hear me screaming all night, right? It's Mike. It's like an echo.
Sorry.
It happens.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Oh no, come over here.
Okay, okay. Can I change my character yet? I'm just running and running and running.
No, not yet.
I have an idea.
Oh.
While you change your character, I'm gonna try and see if I can find the headset that I have. See if that helps.
Okay. Mm.
There's more over here.
Oh, we already have tutorial. Let's see. What do I want? Go back to Chi-Chi. Didn't Chi-Chi die though?
Other one. Do I have to trigger
Yeah,
all
Chi-Chi
of these
died.
ruin guards for me to be able to?
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Ow, my butt. Ow.
Oop, wrong button.
Hold the line.
Oh. Why did I hit that?
Wait, yeah, why do you do that?
I don't know, my fingers betray me! That's why! Just like I'm climbing a wall.
Why are you climbing?
Shush. You know nothing. You see
Well,
nothing.
Like, what do you expect? Come on.
It's the entertainment factor, that's why.
Alright, I'm back. Let's see if this works. If you guys can't hear me, I'm sorry.
We
I can
can't
hear
you.
Oh my god.
I can't hear you, you're so full of it. Oh, speaker. Spinknark. Escaped. I didn't try to catch it.
Is there more over here? I don't remember. No. No, there's not. Oh, you do have them unlocked. Whoa.
Hmm?
The other checkpoints for the poop thing.
Where are we going? Teleport?
I have to change to my headset. Hold on.
Yeah, I worked out here in the desert a lot. A tiny Spider-Man? Is very tiny.
Oh, you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Oh! I should have known there was a circle there for a reason.
You missed one.
Oh my god, it's so pointy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay,
jeez.
to my headset, so it should be a lot better when it comes to echo and stuff. I found it.
Where's more of them? Okay.
Do you play
Back to teleport.
Pokemon? Yes, do you play Pokemon? Yep.
Oh, you guys are way out there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm on my way.
Boom.
Dang.
I don't see you guys at all.
Yeah. We're running and running and running.
Should be more
And
here.
now I'm lagging. Hold on.
It's Stitch!
Where's the lizard thing? I think it's more up there. My name is Stitch.
Okay, that is so weird.
I forgot where's more of them. Oh.
I may have to restart Genshin.
Okay.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Yeah, I'm.
Wheel of life.
Why is he up there? Get your ass down here.
Right? Yeah. He needs to hop off. It's bedtime for me. Okay. KimonoKat has been live for offline? What? What the hell? KimonoKat is lying. Alright, I'm not offline. Right, Nani? I don't know. I'm definitely online. I think I crashed. It's okay, it's okay. I probably should crash soon too, believe it or not, guys. But yeah.
I think that's it.
Okay.
How many do you have? I mean, there's more, but I don't know if you want to.
Nah, it's fine. I probably should end shortly. There's a Sealy up here that we can follow. See where the Sealy takes me into trouble, of course.
Wow.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah!
Oh.
There we go. Yeah, for some reason both Discord and Genshin just crashed at the same time.
Let a meat laying on the ground over here. Randomly. Where did Sealy go? There it is.
Above you.
And I'm short! I can't help it! I'm short! I'm still offline too. I'll keep you up though. Okay. Apparently I'm still offline. I don't know what that means.
So it says you've been streaming for offline.
Ooh, pretty.
I don't know, but I know it's been a lot longer than that. It's been like 4 hours and 30 minutes, I think.
Dude, it's been really fun.
Yeah, thank you for playing with us. But yeah, I think I probably
No
should
problem.
I probably should call it. Ah!
That's what she said, but she's gonna sleep at 4.
Shush! Shush! Lies.
Goes on.
It's only 10:30 here.
Oh no. I could imagine. It's 1:30 here for me.
It's still early.
What time is it for you, Turtle? 12:30?
Yes.
How is it 10:30 in Washington?
I might eat. Oh, LA or somewhere over there.
Yeah, it's 10:30
Yeah,
in Oregon.
cause the West Coast 2 hours behind me,
Yeah.
or
Right.
3 for
So
you.
it's just like barely like into the night.
It's just ended. There's a John Wick number 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, a publishing house has released
it's
numerous
coming
works
out.
that
I'm
lay
not
out
sure
military
when,
strategy in a simple and
Stretch.
pragmatic way. Hey, do you know Those are my favorite.
Cheers.
Neither do
I might go eat a KFC boy and watch anime.
What?
What? It's too early.
More KFC?
Yes, I bought 5 of them.
Oh my.
share some.
I haven't had
I'm on
those
a
yet.
diet, so
I too.
Jeff loves those, but I have not tried one yet. It's probably best.
I love those because they're cheap and worth it.
which ones?
The KFC bowls.
Right?
Oh yeah, I love the macaroni chicken bowl. Oh no, it says you declined it.
Oh, yeah, because I was logging out.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I'm happy she hasn't said, Turtle, can you leave?
No, I didn't. I just left. I was just like... I just left. I was like, I actually thought you were gone until the last second. I realized you weren't gone yet. Pokemon community game bot, where we're doing the poke catch for the Pokemons. That's what Meowguard's asking about. But yeah, you got a cookie too. That subscriber cookie. Congrats, congrats. That was lots of fun. I can't believe I got characters today. So happy. But it's been a good day. And I should go and end stream though shortly. I'm gonna miss you guys. I had fun. I gotta go work tomorrow.
She's not sleeping.
You know I'm not. I don't sleep. What is sleep? I'm gonna try, but don't tell on me, Turtle. You know I don't sleep. Later, Kimono. Good luck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If I'm lucky, I'll be asleep by 3 a.m. But, you know, I need to be asleep in like a half hour, but that won't happen. Because I'm terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay. I'll end up getting
It's
on my
okay,
phone.
We'll both keep you up.
Yep. I end up getting on my phone and watching reels or TikToks or messaging people on Snapchat, you know. Then I just stay up and I can't sleep, so that happens. Anybody else have the same problem?
Yep.
No, because someone
I'll look up.
keeps me awake.
Yeah, you just do poke start, exclamation poke start, and you get your starter Pokemon. Nick Dothy, that's all you have to do. It's pretty easy. And then what you do is you just, a lot of streamers have the game going, so no matter what stream you're on, if they have the game, you can play. And you just collect them all. And there's a Discord too. Yeah. At Meow.
There's been some crazy spawns in there. Like, I think there was a Mewtwo once in
Yeah.
your chat.
You'll have to poke start without tagging somebody and it'll do it.
You know what's cool about it? You can throw a Pokeball on every single stream just for more chances.
Oh.
Yeah, I do that for legendaries.
I'll make sure to tell my friend about it. Yeah, because y'all can totally do it on streams, and it does multiple streams and everything, but ears are coming off. It's time. No ears. Tired. My hair's a mess.
I think you look nice. Even though it's kind of poofing out at the top.
Yeah, I'm just having fun and being silly. Clemmy appeared. Oh, catch. There we go. I didn't know anything. There's an extension you click on the upper right of the chat window. Da-da-da. But yeah, guys, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for playing, lurking, listening, watching. You guys are awesome. Yes, Nick Dothy, Meow, Turtle, Lady Rain, Night Rain, everybody lurking and listening. I had a good stream, and I will see you guys again soon. I don't know how soon yet, so stay tuned in Discord or on social media to see when I'm live again. So yeah, it's Discord. If you're not already in my Discord, feel free to join. Social media, you know, you can always follow me if I spelled it right. I spelled it right. The bot's just not working. It hates me. Or is it without the S? Oh, it's without the S. I don't even know my own commands at this point. I just work here. I don't know anything. It's too late at night. It's past my bedtime. Alright, but yes, we're gonna do
I see a
this.
die. I mean, what?
We're gonna put up the ending screen, so love you guys. Good night, everyone. Let's see. Bye. Oh, not this one!